Africa. Just like this room is full of lawyers who have come together to make change in Eastern Africa. So the message of this song is that we should not wait for other people to make changes in the world. We should each do our part with what we have right now. The change you can make with what you have in a little corner of the world. I know that you know this song. Please sing along. For the Gen Z who might not know the song, please clap to the beat. And please sing along loudly. None of you can drown my microphone. All right? So let's go. There comes a time when we hit a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Ooh, it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon get a change. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me. We are the world. Sing along. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me. So you have to tell me, is the problem that the song is sung in English of nose? Is the problem that the key is too high? Or your parents did not have a player when you're growing up? All three? Okay, so the one I can negotiate is the key. But English of nose, sorry, the song is performed in the accent of the first performer. So English of nose cannot go away. So we can alter the key, right? If I alter the key, you'll sing along? You promise? Okay, tell me the key that is good for you. We are the world. Is that one okay? Is that a better key? Better key? Okay. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me.
Show some love for the beautiful Sian. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There were days I used to sing. In my previous life, before I met the one and only Byron Menezes, who discouraged me not to sing anymore, but I can try and sing one song. Sian, I can try and sing one song. H. Vincent. High table. Every gambler knows the secret to surviving is knowing what to throw away, knowing what to keep. 'Cause every hand's a winner, and every hand's a loser. And the best that you can hope for is to die in your sleep. And when he finished speaking, he turned back towards the window, crushed out his cigarette, faded off to sleep. And somewhere in the darkness, the gambler, he broke even. And in his final words, I found an ace that I could keep. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, and know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting after the conference is done. Can I sing? I think I have not retired. Ochi, we could have sung a Luo song, but Ochi Gor, we could have sung a Luo song, but I have forgotten my dialect. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this very wonderful Friday morning. Our MC for the day shall be none other than Senior Counsel Mohamed Nyaoga, who will take up the program in a style and fashion like he does it very well. I go by the name of King George Gustavo. Without further ado, and I see my senior is ready. My senior is ready. You can go up, there's a microphone there. My senior is ready, he will take up that position. Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, show your love for Senior Counsel Mohamed Nyaoga.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Well, you didn't sleep in your rooms quite clearly. It's clear evidence, and if I look at your eyes closely, there'll be more evidence. Yeah? Now, I think let's be upstanding for the national anthems of Uganda and the East African community. Please be upstanding. Where is the anthem provider? Yeah? Abu? Okay, national anthem for East African community. Thank you. Quite clearly, this side was more vocal than this one. Yeah? Please, have a seat. Take your seats. We have different countries represented here in this conference. And I'll start with Uganda, our host. Can you be upstanding? Uganda? Uganda, where are you? Just be upstanding. Uganda? Quite clearly, there are only 20. Oh, they are still on their way. They're coming from home, eh? All right, we shall recognize them later. Rwanda. Rwanda. Thank you. Burundi. Burundi. Tanzania. Thank you. Zanzibar. Masood, where's your team? I think they are one table focused. It would appear. Ethiopia. Tedros, where are you? Congo, DRC. Somalia. They're on their way. Or there's somebody here from Somalia. Southern Sudan. Southern Sudan. I don't think the Southern Sudanese need to stand because you can see them wherever they are because of their height. Last but not least, Kenya. Thank you. I assure you that some of the attendees from Kenya were looking for a holiday destination. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to start with the protocols. The president of IBA, please be upstanding. Madam Almudena, the Deputy Attorney General, Kafuzi Jackson, is he here? Must be on his way. The Honorable Amason Kingi, the Senate Speaker, who is also a lawyer, he should be on his way. The Vice President Palu and the President Ethiopia Federal Advocates Association, Tawadros. Are you here? He must be on his way also. Ken Murphy, the Chair IBA Bar Issues Committee, upstanding. Pascal Lagez, Treasurer IBA, yes, are here. Senior counsels present, starting with me here. I'm upstanding. Please, be upstanding. You can see John Ohaga there. You can see the rest. Just Kanjama there at the back. Thank you. The bar leaders present, please be upstanding. I start with Rwanda, my friend. Zanzibar, Burundi, Tanzania, my own president from Kenya, Madam Faith, Southern Sudan, DRC, Ethiopia, Somalia. Whom have I left out? Anybody have left out? Uganda, our host. Uganda? Where is our host? Are we unwelcome here? Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity now to welcome, let me see my notes here, the Vice President, Uganda Law Society, Anthony Asimwe, to make his remarks, or anybody who can nominate himself to make those remarks. Okay. As he's coming, let me now invite the Vice President, East African Law Society, who is also the co-organizing chair of the conference, Rama Abubakar, to make his remarks. Rama.
A hand to our MC, Mr. Mohamed Nyaoga SC, and also to our MC, King Gustavo from Kenya, and also to the entertainment that we were given by Madame Sian. Yeah, a hand to her, please. My name is Ramadan Abubakar, the Vice President, East Africa Law Society. Other than being the Vice President, I also had the opportunity of being the conference chair. But I was not alone. I also had a co to assist me, and from this particular country, Uganda. So I want to invite Madam Fiona Wall, SC, to give her remarks on behalf of the organizing committee.
The IBA president, the guest of honor, the IBA president, the president, East African Law Society and your council, the vice president, Palu, who is also the president of the Ethiopian Federal Bar Association, the chair, IBA Bar Issues Committee, the treasurer of the IBA, bar presidents present, senior counsel present, members, distinguished members of the bar, our development partners, our sponsors, leading law firms, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank my co-chair for being so gracious to let me represent the organizing committee. I would like to start by asking everyone in the organizing committee to stand up. Please stand up. We are proud as a country to be represented by a very beautiful treasurer of the ELS, who has been working tirelessly. Please give her a big hand clap. We have a fantastic CEO, Mr. David Sigano. Ladies, give it up. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for David Sigano. He is a force of nature. He has been moving people in so many countries. I'd like to request Ms. Florida to stand up. from Rwanda. Members of the East African Law Society Organizing Committee for this conference, just stand up and wave. Even the Secretariat team. Thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the East African Law Society, and fellow legal professionals, I'm honored to stand before you today with my co-chair as chairs of the 29th East African Law Society Annual Conference and General Meeting. I'd like to extend our sincerest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking the time to join us in Kampala. This is Uganda, the pearl of Africa, and every one of you agrees that there's no party in Africa like in Uganda. I would like to thank our keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, for sharing their expertise and insights with us. I want to assure you that the people, the class, and the pedigree of speakers we have this year is surely raising the bar for the East African Law Society Conference. I have it on good authority that the most fun conference ever was in 2016 in Uganda, and I was very pleased to actually be the secretary of that conference organizing committee. I want to recognize the person who was the chairperson then, Mr. Edwin Tavaro. Are you in the house? And our past president, Richard Mugisha, was the president ELS. I want to thank our president, East African Law Society, and your council for trusting us with this great responsibility in these turbulent times. We hope we will continue to deliver what you expect of us. To our sponsors and partners, we are grateful for your generous support, which has enabled us to host this conference. Your commitment to the advancement of the legal profession in East Africa is truly appreciated. I would like to thank the Secretariat of the East African Law Society, the local organizing committee, and the volunteers who've worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this conference. Your dedication and hard work have not gone unnoticed. As a young secretary in 2016, running around and organizing this, President Richard told me, "I'm very happy with you. What would you like?" I told him I'm a government in-house lawyer, and we don't have an in-house lawyers committee. Can we have one? And that was when it was established. So for those of you that are volunteering of your services to make this a success, this could be the beginning of big things that you're a part of. As we celebrate the 29th anniversary of the East African Law Society, we're also conversant that the East African community is celebrating 25 years. Mr. President, I want to request that the next East African Law Society meeting is put at the sidelines of the East African Council of Ministers meeting, because we have a lot to tell them. When we speak about sustainability, when we speak about making sure that the legal profession is leveraged to get sustainable growth and development for East Africa, we need to understand that we are looking at our children and our children's future. It is very, very unfortunate that we've seen unfortunate things in the bar lately. But today, with all the countries that are present, there is hope in this room. There is hope that we're going to speak about the things that matter. We're going to shape the future of the legal profession for East Africa. We're going to position East Africa. I want to say that the East African community was voted the best regional economic community in Africa. I think that's a big deal, right? And who facilitates and drives this business? Lawyers. As the lawyers of East African community, we need to be active, we need to be intentional, we need to be present in realizing what the East African Common Market Protocol means. We're all here praising each other from different countries, but our bar associations, our law councils are practicing protectionism, which is in contravention of the East African Common Market Protocol, the Movement of Peoples Protocol. Let's lead, like Barack Obama says, let's be the change we'd like to see. Karibuni sana. Twabashemerwa, mwebale nnyo.
My co-chair wants to abandon me, so I had to ask her to wait. Thank you, Senior Counsel. She forgot to thank herself. Ordinarily, you know, senior counsels, when they come in to assist, it's an honor. So I want us to appreciate her, Madam Fiona Wall, Senior Counsel from Uganda, in a special way for agreeing to participate and assisting the East Africa Law Society organizing the 29th conference here in Kampala. I know members, for the first time, we are recognizing Ethiopia. And just for context and explanation, amongst us is the president of the Federal Ethiopian Bar, Mr. Tewedros. I want to inform you members that in the spirit of brotherhood and neighborhood, Ethiopia will now be a member of ELS. I want to thank the Honorable Council led by Dr. Fawz Twaib for making this dream possible. Other than Ethiopia, we also do have DRC represented here today by the Batonier. Kindly do stand so that we can appreciate you. We are increasing in numbers, and that's opportunity for the lawyers across the region. We are talking about over 40,000 lawyers as members of East Africa Law Society. Another special group that I wish to also recognize are the senior counsels present. Please stand so that we can appreciate you. Please, I ask you kindly. All the senior counsels present, we do thank you for participating in yet another conference. I also wish to thank the leading law firms. All leading law firms, perhaps, please kindly do stand so that we can also recognize you. Leading law firms across the region for always accepting to participate in ELS matters. I also do wish to thank all our sponsors and our partners for supporting this particular conference, and in particular, MUA Uganda and Rwanda. Thank you. DLA Piper Africa, CDH Kenya, Afya na Haki, Global Financial Integrity, our brother PALU, the Pan-African Lawyers Union. And perhaps for your information, Madam Senior Counsel also sits in the Council of PALU as SG. And the President of the Federal Bar of Ethiopia sits as the Vice President. We also wish to thank Thomson Reuters for their sponsorship. I remember last time when I was making this speech last year thanking the sponsors back in Bujumbura, I really butchered the names of some of the sponsors. and you know, a bank in French is spelled differently. I don't know if you know that. Yeah? There's a B-A-N-Q-U-E. Kindly try to pronounce that. It's just bank. My goodness, I kept saying Bankui, Bankui, Bankui. So to all the banks in Bujumbura, please, Batonier, pass my apologies and tell them that we continue to thank them for supporting ELS. Also, and in a special way, I want to thank the host bar of Uganda Law Society. I can see the Vice President has just walked in, Mr. Anthony Asimwe. Thank you for your support. Also wish to thank all the speakers, the chief guests, and all the panelists. Please, kindly, let's recognize them. Let's clap for them. Thank you very much for agreeing to participate in this conference. Last but not least, I want to thank all of you, the delegates, for being here today and taking your time this whole week. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Before we sit, it's important that we introduce the East Africa Law Society Council, just for your recognition, led by our president. Please stand up. East Africa Law Council. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is always an honor to have you participate in ELS conferences. Other than that, we also have other activities which we held across the year where you all agreed to participate. The webinars, the physical conferences that we had across the region. We do wish to thank you all for participating in ELS activities. And tomorrow, we will be having another activity. That is our AGM, and I do wish and I hope to see you all at the AGM. Ladies and gentlemen, that should be all, and I thank you, and I do wish you a nice time. Kindly make sure you visit Uganda. We have several towns, other than Kampala. There's Jinja. Yeah, there's a northern part. If you've never seen a cow with long horns, this is where you see. Enjoy Uganda, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause, please. That last message from the Vice President should be applied cautiously, because I fear that if it's taken very seriously, some of you may not go back to your countries. Now, I think it is important that we recognize the founders of this society. This society came into existence because of the efforts by a number of lawyers in the region. And in the house today, I think we have one of them, Bwana Jayo Mugisha, Senior Counsel. Please appreciate him. I'm not sure whether we have another founder here, but Mugisha was one of them, and Ambassador Maja, and others. Small interlude. The former Bar Association presidents, please stand up so that we can appreciate you. The former bar leaders in the region, please stand up, we can appreciate you. So former bar leaders. Thank you. Former presidents of East African Law Society, please stand up so we can recognize you. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity now to welcome the Deputy President in Uganda here. I think we say Deputy President, President with a very small p, Mr. Anthony Asimwe, to make his remarks. Anthony, where are you? Please welcome him.
right. This has to be the big capital P, not a small p. VP, like my colleague Ramadan, that's how I refer to him. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to Uganda. Mwasuze Mutia. Everyone should be able to respond to that by now. It's about 3 or 4 days. You're in Uganda. All right. Allow me adopt the protocol as already observed for purposes of saving time. And good morning to you all. On behalf of the Uganda Law Society and the East African Law Society, I warmly welcome you all to this pivotal gathering of legal minds from across East Africa and beyond. It is an immense honor for Uganda to host this year's East African Law Society annual conference under the inspiring theme, Leveraging the Legal Profession for Sustainable Growth and Development in the East African Community. I think Ugandans should be very proud of this, and a round of applause. We are very lucky to have this opportunity to host all these dignitaries. This theme resonates deeply with the pressing challenges and immense opportunities that lie before us as a region. The legal profession is uniquely positioned to shape the trajectory of our integration agenda, drive economic growth, and ensure sustainable development. Today's conference is a call to action for all of us to recommit ourselves to these ideas and chart innovative ways forward. Allow me to recognize in a special way Ms. Almudena Apolde, it's a very complicated name, but I've done my best, the President of the International Bar Association. We are very glad to have you. Mr. Patrick Michael Ayota, the Managing Director, NSSF. Thank you for being with us. And all the dignitaries who have graced this occasion. Your presence reaffirms the global and regional importance to the themes we are exploring today. Now, this is a call to action, dear colleagues. Colleagues, as we engage in these sessions, let us reflect on the immense responsibility we carry as legal professionals. Our role extends beyond resolving disputes. It encompasses shaping policy, ensuring justice, and fostering growth that benefits not just a few, but the entire region. As East Africa continues to pursue deeper integration, it is our collective duty to advocate for frameworks that uphold the rule of law, safeguard human rights, and promote inclusive economic development. This conference is our opportunity to share ideas, learn from each other, and craft solutions that will leave a lasting legacy. I extend heartfelt thanks to the sponsors, partners, and exhibitors whose generous support has made this conference possible. A special note of appreciation goes to our speakers, panelists, and moderators for their dedication in shaping the robust discussions ahead. Your expertise and insights will undoubtedly inspire us to think critically and creatively. Finally, I would like to thank the legal minds that have gathered here from the various East African countries and from Uganda as well. Your presence is invaluable. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we take part in this conference, let us remember that this conference is not just an event, but a catalyst for action. Together we can harness the power of the law to drive sustainable development, strengthen regional integration, and transform lives across East Africa and across. Thank you for your commitment to this shared vision. I wish you all a productive and inspiring day ahead. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, this society takes matters integration very seriously. And I think we have been focusing very deeply on legal integration, but social integration is important too. Now, let me see which tables are integrated here. Check around and see whether you are sitting with your countrymen and women. Let me see the integration here. Now, allow me to issue this order that if you are more than 3 people from the same country around the same table, you move the next table. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Let's circulate, eh? Do you know who is sitting next to you? Do you know their names? Okay. I can reverse the order. Ensure that you exchange cards with the people that are sitting next to you who are not from your country. Is that better? Is that better? Shame on you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite our own president, the president of East African Law Society, Dr. Justice Fowles, to make his remarks. Please welcome him. And he's going to invite the keynote speaker. Please welcome him.
Our chief guest, Madam Almudden Arpon de Mendeville, I hope I pronounced that correctly, the President of the International Bar Association, all National Bar Presidents and Battoniers present, past bar leaders present, Senior Counsel present, and here I would want to once again name Senior Counsel John Mary Mugisha, founder member of the East Africa Law Society. We are happy that you are with us here today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the East Africa Law Society and on my own behalf, I am deeply honored to welcome you all to Kampala for the 29th Annual Conference and General Meeting of the East Africa Law Society. The East Africa Law Society is a dual membership body bringing together over 36,000 lawyers drawn from across the EAC and beyond. This is in addition to membership from 7 different national bar societies, namely the Burundi Bar Association, the Law Society of Kenya, the Rwanda Bar Association, the Tanganyika Law Society, the Uganda Law Society, the South Sudan Bar Association, and the Zanzibar Law Society. During our last meeting, held right here at Munyonyo on Tuesday, the Governing Council made 2 important decisions towards more expansion of the ELS. It resolved to admit the Ethiopian Federal Advocates Association to join our ranks this year as the 8th institutional member of the ELS, and President Tewodros Getachew is with us here to fulfill that objective. The entry of the Ethiopia Federal Advocates Association will add thousands more individual lawyer members to our community. The Council also resolved to offer the Katanga Bar Association from the DRC the status of an affiliate member, and again, that bar is represented here by some of the team members, and we had just, I think until yesterday, the battonier himself, Mr. Jean-Paul Kitenge Kabunji, who unfortunately has left Uganda for now. This is an important step towards making the National Bar in the DRC a full institutional member, which will potentially bring thousands more individual members. Ladies and gentlemen, founded 29 years ago, the ELS enjoys formal observer status within the East African Community and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It works to promote good governance and rule of law within the EAC, in addition to pursuing the professional development of its members. The annual conference at which we are attending today is the flagship event of the society. Today marks exactly 2 years since members elected me and the present council into office. It also marks the end of an eventful and, I believe, a hugely successful 2-year journey for my council at the helm of the East African Law Society and the ELS Institute. You have already been introduced to some of the current members of the council, but may I also name others who served with me during these 2 years' tenure. These include Mr. Bernard Oundo, then the president of the Uganda Law Society, Mr. Jean Didier Muhuzenge, this always gives me trouble announcing it, from Burundi Bar Association, Mr. Slim Abdallah from the ZLS, Zanzibar Law Society, unfortunately he's not here with us today, Mr. Eric Theuri from the Law Society of Kenya, Professor Edward Hosea of the Tanganyika Law Society, and Mr. Masoud Rukazibwa from the Zanzibar Law Society. These also served during some periods of my tenure as council members as well. Let me also introduce to you the other office bearers of the ELS, and these include the Secretary General, Florida Kabasinga, and the other one is the Treasurer, Ms. Naomi Bernard, Ms. Naomi, well, I think that is enough, sufficient. The second name also gives me a problem. It's something like Zaire. Honorable Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to swearing in of the new leadership team tomorrow, I have the unique opportunity to share with you the great strides we have made these past 2 years. These efforts have centered around 3 of our main thematic focus areas. These are: 1, providing professional development and membership support across the region; 2, supporting the rule of law, human rights, and good governance in the region; and promoting regional integration, meaning the creation of one unified East Africa. When we entered office 2 years ago, we set high on our agenda plans to increase the role and influence of the society. We also committed ourselves to bringing more opportunities closer to our members and to building a more responsive and member-centric society. We have since delivered on this mandate, we believe, setting the ELS up as the leading regional institution in reskilling and upskilling lawyers, in promoting rule of law, human rights, and good governance, and in supporting the regional integration process. Through our training vehicle, the ELS Institute, we have this year alone delivered over 55 courses, both virtually and physically. Through these initiatives, we have raised the capacity of over 10,000 of our members on various practice areas. These 10,000 members have been touched by our efforts. The ELS Institute has continued to grow its capacity to provide world-class training, and we have signed agreements with various partners for delivery of quality training. These agreements include agreements with entities such as the UNICAF University, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, the International Legal Finance Association, ILFA, McGill Institute of Air and Space Law, and the African Legal Services Facility, among others. Honorable Chief Guest, in terms of galvanizing our cross-border practice, we have this year invested heavily in a study to undertake the status and barriers of cross-border practice. This study highlights avenues for bringing in cross-border legal business. It highlights the challenges faced by those who intend to engage in cross-border practice, the challenges faced by those who intend to engage in cross-border legal practice. The study also assesses why the mutual recognition agreement for lawyers failed to take off and looks at what hindered the proposed East African Community Cross-Border Practice Bill. It also proposes recommendations and a roadmap to actualize the long-awaited ability to seamlessly transact legal business across our borders. The implementation of the study report will provide a sterling opportunity for cross-border practice and the creation of a homogeneous community, thus enhancing the competitive advantage of East African lawyers. Our 2-year tenure has shown us that the best way to predict the future is to create it. We have therefore rolled out plans to making our society self-sustaining. The aim of this agenda is to reduce reliance on membership support and instead secure support from alternative sources. To this end, we have scaled up donor-funded projects, and this year alone, we have signed project support initiatives with the American Bar Association. This is the Digital Rights Project, the Regional Integration Support Project with the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationales Zusammenarbeit GmbH. I'm trying to practice my German a little bit. This is the German International Cooperation Society, GIZ. The Rule of Law Project with the Ford Foundation and the European Union. In addition, we have scaled up our offering of paid-for courses delivered by the ELS Institute, with the Institute now generating substantial revenue. Our most ambitious plan to self-reliance is the establishment of the ELS Complex. This is a multi-phase development project that seeks to construct on a 5-acre piece of land in Arusha, already received from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, which will house our headquarters, the ELS Institute Training, the ELS Training Institute, a conference center, and a boutique hotel facility. Extra office space is expected to be rented out for revenue generation, while conference and training facilities will equally be utilized and rented out to generate income. We already have draft architectural drawings for the 3 structures as further preparatory work towards this project is going on. Honorable Chief Guests, ladies and gentlemen, while we have placed our membership at the center of our operations, it does not mean that we have moved away from our traditional mandate of being the region's human rights and rule of law watchdog. This year, we completed development of the East African Community Rule of Law Index, a barometer tool that measures the performance of East African party states on rule of law matters. We are keen to use the results highlighted in the tool to launch meaningful rule of law interventions across our community. Over the course of the year, we have also scaled up our public interest advocacy initiatives by having regular engagements with the region's leadership, both at regional and national level. This is in addition to prosecuting through our Public Interest Litigation Committee a number of cases at the East African Court of Justice and the African Court of Human and People's Rights. Honorable Chief Guests, ladies and gentlemen, we believe in the power of collaboration and working together. This is why we have scaled up our collaboration with sister bar associations across the world. We have had this year alone engagements with all our sister national bars, with the Pan-African Lawyers Union, the SADC Lawyers Association, the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, and with the International Bar Association. Your presence here this morning, together with your team, is the evidence, part of the evidence of this. The opening of these strategic relations is meant to unlock strategic opportunities for our members within and beyond our borders. Honorable Chief Guests, ladies and gentlemen, as my tenure at the helm of the East Africa Law Society and that of my colleagues in the Council comes to an end, I must say I have immensely enjoyed working with them. I take this opportunity to thank all of them for their selfless and tireless dedication to bettering the work of the ELS and for the camaraderie. I shall surely miss them and our great working relationship. To the new office holders set to be sworn in tomorrow, I welcome you to this honorable yet humble undertaking of leading our prized institution. It is my hope that you will sustain and complete through innovation and strategic collaboration our key projects and initiatives as you take ELS to the next level. Let me also take this opportunity to thank wholeheartedly our Secretariat, led by CEO David Sigano, for the hard work and making our dreams and vision possible. You and your team have gone above and beyond our expectations. May I also thank the organizing committee, led by Fiona and others, for the work that you see, whose results you are seeing this morning. Honorable Chief Guest, on behalf of my entire Council, I conclude by thanking you once again for having made time out of your busy schedule to come to Uganda with your team and officiate and be with us at this ceremony. I also extend our heartfelt appreciation to our members and all delegates in attendance, to our partners, leading law firms, and other stakeholders for the support that they have accorded us for the past 2 years. In my speech when I retired from the bench in 2020, I quoted from the farewell speech of General Douglas MacArthur upon his retirement as head of the US Army in 1951. The general told the US Congress how he remembered a poem that was popular among soldiers during his days of service. He said, I quote, "I still remember the refrain of one of the most popular barracks ballads, which proclaimed most proudly that old soldiers never die, they just fade away." When I took over leadership of the ELS in 2022, it was my way of proving to myself the truthfulness of that statement. Despite my advanced age, I believe I'm still in a position to say the same again. I shall not fade away. As I close my tour of duty as ELS President. It has been an honor serving you, and as my team retires, we will no doubt continue to serve the society in other capacities. I thank you all. Asanteni sana. Merci beaucoup. Yes, I've been reminded here to perform one small role, and that is to invite the chief guest to join us at the high table. But I also want to invite for a very brief story to be told by the Honorable Senior Counsel John Mary Mugisha on how it came about that the ELS was formed. I'll give him a few minutes, 3 to 5. Please welcome and let's hear the story. Chief guest, please.
Our chief guest, all protocol observed. Hamjambo mabimbe na mabwana. Habari za siku nyingi. Karibuni Uganda. I'm greatly honored and exceedingly humbled to present to you a brief background how the East Africa Law Society was conceived. Like you've heard, I'm called John Mary Mugisha, Senior Counsel. I was one of those founder members. It was sometime in 1995 when the US government, under the aegis of the United States Information Services, invited bar leaders from Africa to visit the United States and see how bar associations were run then. By that time, I was the vice president of the Uganda Law Society. And I was accompanied by Mr. John Matofu, who at that time was our secretary. While in the States, we teamed up with Mr. Paul Wamae, who was the chairman of the Law Society of Kenya. We teamed up with Dr. Lucy Muthoni Kambuni. We teamed up with Madam Justice Martha Koome, the current Chief Justice of Kenya, from the Kenyan delegation. We teamed up with the Tanganyika Bar Association President, the late Evarist Mbuya, with the Maja, Muhammad Ali, among others. We also were able to meet Madame Elizabeth Minde and Mohammed Ismail. We were hosted by the National Bar Association of the United States. On our travel from one of the bars, we were seated together, the three of us. Unfortunately, I speak Kiswahili myself. So as we were speaking, we said, mbona hatubuni chama kinaounganisha wanasheria watokao Afrika ya Mashariki? Why shouldn't we form an association that brings together lawyers from the East Africa region? So we started discussing, and when we arrived in New York, we held our first meeting. And indeed, our hosts were elected. One of the biggest objectives was to promote cross-border practice, to promote a body that would fight for human rights. And indeed, we came to Uganda and held our first meeting and elected our inaugural president, Justice Saul Mebosa, who now is at the International Court of Justice. One of the eminent leaders who attended that meeting who sponsored it, was Dr. Willie Mutunga, who then was in charge of Ford Foundation, and I think is the retired Chief Justice. So we came to Uganda, and our mission then was to help build a just, united, integrated bar, which would respect and promote dignity, cultural diversity, and our vision also was to realize and foster socio-economic cooperation and to team up with the East African community, which was still at a fledgling level. So we invited membership of individual lawyers and the bars. And lo and behold, we invited other bars. Surprisingly, those who are very encouraging and very dynamic was the Kigali Bar, those who are from Rwanda. And at one time, they even sponsored the activities which were supposed to be held in Burundi. So we have held several workshops. We have addressed key topics. And now here we are. We have a permanent secretariat in Arusha. We have a membership now, I think, of thousands of lawyers. So it really gives us a lot of satisfaction. Why don't you clap for yourselves? So in conclusion, I would like to thank the entire legal fraternity for having embraced our idea, and we look forward to grow by leaps and bounds, to keep our vision, our legacy, are alive. So, ladies and gentlemen, briefly, that is our journey. Nawashukuru sana, nawatakia kila laheri na fanaka. Asanteni sana.
Before he leaves the stage, let's give this vision carrier a better clap. And we stand. Please. He deserves it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Asanteni.
Yeah, next we will hear from the chief guest. But before I invite her to say something, let me recognize one person who probably was the most important person, maybe other than the president, in the council. I remember once I attended a wedding ceremony, and the brides and grooms were there, everybody, the guests, and the father of the bride was invited to say something, and he thanked everybody for having helped him in raising the bride. But he forgot to mention his wife, the bride's mother. His most important assistant. And I, for sure, have forgotten that. The Vice President, Mr. Ramadhani Abubakar. Thank you very much, and I thank you wholeheartedly for the assistance that you have rendered to me, for your work and service to the Council and to the East Africa Law Society generally. A number of times when I could not act, when I could not attend to something, I called upon you to assist me, and you have done wonderfully well. I thank you very much. With that, let me now call upon the chief guest to deliver her remarks, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable President of the East African Law Society, you pronounced my name very well. I'm not that brave to dare to pronounce yours. Apologies. Honorable President and batonier of the various bars and law societies attending this event, from the Law Society of Burundi, Tanzania, Zanzibar, Ethiopia, Congo, Somalia, South Sudan, Kenya, Rwanda, and last but not least, Uganda, the Vice President, our host for this fantastic conference held in this wonderful pearl of Uganda. Distinguished colleagues and very dear guests, I was truly honored when I received the invitation to be the guest of honor and keynote speaker of this 29th East African Law Conference. This offered such a great opportunity to the IBA to demonstrate its renewed interest in the IBA. And it was so important that, as many of you know in the organization, I had a previous commitment for the dates of this event that, following reflection and consultation with friends and colleagues within the IBA and beyond, I canceled in order to give priority to this event so that the IBA could be represented at its maximum level. And I have, thank you, and I have said renewed interest because this interest in Africa and in East Africa is not new. The IBA has been working for many years with many East African colleagues and from the rest of the continent. In 2002, we held our first flagship event in Durban, 2002, and my predecessor, our dear former president, Sternford Moyos, he was the first African president to preside our association. So you can see that Africa has really been part of our dear association. However, we realized that the IBA, being the largest and most influential association of legal practitioners in the world, showing numbers like 90,000 individual members, almost 200 bars and law societies as members, spanning 176 countries. We only have at present a little bit more than 1,000 individual members coming from the African continent, and out of the 54 bars and law societies of this country, of this continent, we only have 20 of them. If the IBA is the global voice of the legal profession, in order to really meet that ambition, we must make sure that the voice of the African legal profession is well heard in our association. We also have to increase even more our efforts so that we achieve our goals related to the promotion and protection of the rule of law, the defense of human rights, the advancement of the law, the protection of the core values of the legal profession, and the unity of the legal profession are also met. We also need to meet those goals in East Africa and in the entire continent. For that purpose, we realized that the IBA needs more Africa. We need increased activities in Africa. We need more voices, and we need clear voices to be heard within the association. And after the great work performed by our African Regional Forum, together with the African Working Group under the leadership of a fantastic chair of our legal practice division, which is huge, Carola van der Bruinhorst, we presented to the management board with a strategic plan for the African continent running for 3 or perhaps more years, with some practical steps in order to achieve more Africa. We understand that indeed we need increased activities. We need to facilitate the obtention of visas, and we are already working in a process in order to facilitate that burden. We know that there is a financial barrier in order to become a member of the IBA and to attend some of its activities, and we are looking at that. We are also looking at and exploring about the possibility of having presence, a physical presence of the IBA here in the continent. We don't know, maybe in East Africa, in order to facilitate those targets that we have fixed. But this necessity of the IBA to have more Africa is not unilateral, it is bilateral. I strongly believe that East Africa and the entire continent needs more IBA. Needs more IBA in the sense of gaining more visibility in the entire African continent and beyond in the international legal community. You members of the African legal profession, you need to showcase what are the opportunities and what are the challenges that you face and exchange and raise awareness of those issues with the entire world. And the IBA is the perfect platform to do so, and we are willing to match our necessities and our needs in order to grow stronger together. And for that reason, because we wanted to really show that renewed interest in East Africa and broadly in Africa, having the IBA represented at the top by the president was not enough. So we have an impressive IBA delegation here with us, and I ask the IBA delegation to please join me at the stage. Please do join me. And thank you so much for having made this presidential trip. Let me introduce, if you start standing so that everyone can see you properly. I will start by the lady at the end. Maybe many of you already know her, Pascale Lagesse. She is the IBA treasurer, member of the management board. Pascale. Okay. Ken Murphy, the chair of the Bar Issues Commission, also a member of the management board. Thank you, Ken. Our dear Tshepo Shabangu, who represents the South African Law Society at the IBA Council and is becoming the junior vice chair of the BIC. Congratulations for that, Tshepo, and thank you. Last but not least, Babatunde Ajibade. Thank you for joining us from Lagos. Babatunde is the incoming chair of a big division within the IBA, the section on public and professional interest. And may I ask you to stay here whilst I explain some of the activities, to give you some examples of what we are already doing in Africa. In case you think we should highlight any other, please just go ahead. There is some micro over there, or just come here. So this is not just words. This is a reality. For example, now we are performing an ESG accelerated training program addressed to African lawyers. The first and second part of that have already taken place. The third module, the third section, will start on the 4th December. It is a webinar that is for free. If you log in the IBA web page and you go to conferences and events, you may easily find that, and maybe young, or yourselves, you're also young, members of the legal profession may benefit from that. Next year, we will be holding the biannual African Regional Conference. Last year, it was in Kigali, wonderful Rwanda, with so many representatives. And next year, it will be held in Johannesburg. We are also holding the antitrust competition law conference in Lagos next year. Tunde, Batatunde, I don't know if you want to say anything else about that, please.
Thank you, Almudena. And good morning, afternoon, morning, distinguished colleagues. Just to add to what the IBA president has said, there is a renewed interest and a renewed commitment to Africa. One of the things that those of us Africans who have been involved in the IBA for quite a while have said is that in addition to facilitating African participation in the IBA activities outside of Africa, one of the things that we're committed to is ensuring that the IBA actually brings its activities to Africa. And that is what the president has referred to. We had the first African Competition Law Conference in Lagos, Nigeria in 2022, I believe, and it was a great success. And we're having a repeat next year. We also have the Judges Forum of the IBA is also planning a conference for 2026. And basically what we want to do is, as we were discussing yesterday, I think we had a dinner with some of the bar leaders, it's a bilateral thing. Let's bring the IBA to Africa as well as facilitating African participation in the IBA wherever it's taking place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baratunde. Well said. Well said. Another activity we will be having is an employment law conference in North Africa. Maybe you want to say a few words about it, Pascal.
Yes, thank you, Almudena. Hello, everyone. I'm the treasurer of the IBA, but also I am an employment lawyer. Why do I mention that? Because talking to many of you, this is the best way to understand what the IBA can bring to you. Yes. As an employment lawyer going to the IBA for many years, I have enriched my practice. I have met people. I have learned a lot of issues. When the whistleblowing, for instance, regulation came in the US, in Europe, we had no idea about what whistleblowing regulation was about. Same for ESG, same for discrimination. What I'm saying here is that the LPD, which is the division organizing a lot of expertise sessions, conferences, webinars, is a big thing for us in the IBA. It's not just going to conferences, it's learning, it's connecting, it's making networks, and it brings client and work. So I really want to tell you that if you need anything, as of January next year, I will be the co-chair of the LPD division, and I will be coming to these conferences. We had an issue because we didn't have enough conferences, as always, in Africa, and we managed to resolve the VAT issues to be able to go to Morocco, in Marrakesh, 3rd of April. There's also the M&A Middle East Africa conference coming. There are many others coming, so I really recommend you to have a look at the internet of the IBA. You will see the different committees, yes, the 50, 60 conferences, and I'm going to be around today and tomorrow, so if you want to have more information, I'll be happy to do it.
Thank you, Pascal. Thank you. With these comments, I hope that you can, well, first, be reassured of our renewed interest and also get a sample of the breadth of the activities of the IBA, where you can benefit. You will get visibility. You will get in touch with colleagues that may have had problems like yours, and how did they solve them? And maybe they bring to you issues where, oh, look, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in a country like Uganda that I understand is reforming the law for that, and in general, in the continent, it is bread and butter for us whilst we are working on that. And that is a great input that can go into the different working committees. So thank you. You want to say something else? Of course.
Jambo. Or I could say in Ireland, we would say Giagwith, that's our native language. And it just shows, emphasizes the diversity of the legal profession around the world. This is not my first time in East Africa. I was here last year in Kigali for the meeting of the African Regional Forum, where we had a bar leaders meeting. I'm the chair of the Bar Issues Commission of the International Bar Association, so I have a particular interest in bars. This is an association of bars and law societies from 7, 8, extending to 9 different countries. It is really, really important, because that is how the International Bar Association and the validity of its claim to be the global voice of the legal profession comes through its commitment and engagement with bars and law societies. It is through that that the millions and millions of lawyers around the world, their voice is heard. So the voice of the East Africa legal profession has to be heard through the International Bar Association for that. And to give you one practical example of how we can assist each other in this two-way street, what I learned last year, that in a very visionary project that the East Africa Law Society is planning to create a training center in Arusha. I have been in contact with you, and I know David Sagano now and possibly others will come to my law society in Dublin. The Law Society of Ireland, we have had an education and training centre which has been very successful for many, many years. And you will see, when you are still at the design stage, something that comes from lived experience of lawyers like yours, from which perhaps you can learn, just as we can learn from you. I'm really, really delighted and proud to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. And Shepo, as you're going to present a few cases, then you will have the floor later on. Yes. Thank you very much, IBA delegation.
In the heart of Uganda, where the sun wraps the sky in warm and golden light.
Yes, please, a photo. You didn't get it? Okay. All right.
In the heart.
Now, I would also like to add that with those activities and looking at the horizon, we really believe that the sky is the limit regarding Africa. And just to let you know that we are also considering the possibility of holding our flagship event, our annual conference, which draws over 4,000 delegates from all over the world sometime in the near future, provided that we can find the right location available at the right time here in this continent in Africa. And the same as the sky is the limit, I now want to touch on how to leverage the legal profession for sustainable growth and development in this region and globally. I have a presentation for that. if that can be projected. That's right. Excuse me? Yes, now. I don't know how long should I be. With the what? So I've been told I have very little time, but don't worry, I'll be fast. What, from the IBA perspective, we want to share with you is that, as a matter of fact, we have considered and we have invested strongly in having a report that, for the first time, measures what can lawyers do and what do we do in order to contribute to society. And the reason why we have done that is because the rule of law is under erosion in many countries. 80% of the total population, you see, lives in countries where the rule of law has decreased, and that is a tendency that is ongoing for now 7 years. Also, and even if it is totally contradictory, the work of lawyers often goes unnoticed. It is contradictory because our work is inherent in all steps of our lives, in our personal relationships, in our relationships with business, in business to business, in the relationships with the administration, relations amongst the state. Still, it goes it doesn't go well noticed, and at the end of the day, the perception is of our work and of our positive impact, of our leverage, is still down. Only 54% of the population believes that we have a positive impact. So we had this report made in order to enhance the role of the role of the lawyers and the rule of law, also quantifying. So, okay, I'm going to get another message. Sorry, let me kindly. We have the Attorney General who is leaving in 2 minutes. All right. So this was my presentation. Thank you. I leave it there so that we can have the General Attorney. You can have a look at this report in our website. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. Sorry, we had to cut that short a little because we have the Deputy Attorney General here, who is representing the President of the Republic of Uganda. Please come to the stage, and I invite our President to take charge.
Yes, as our senior counsel MC has stated, we have been joined here by Mr. Jackson Kufuzi, Deputy Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda, who has come here to represent the head of state, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. So we will give him time to address us. But before I invite him, let me also recognize the presence of the President of the African Bar Association, who has joined us, Mr. Chiot Mark Ibrahim. Thank you very much for coming over. Honorable Deputy Attorney General, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning. I'm called Kafuzi Jackson Karagaba. I'm the Deputy Attorney General. I'm a Member of Parliament. Today, I'm privileged to appear before you to represent the head of state and read to you his speech. I've had time to go through the presentations that have been made, those that are online. Some I have watched, some I've read physically. Ordinarily, I would have had a word or two or a comment to make, but today is not my day. I'm here delegated by my head of state, and because of that, I will limit myself to the script, his speech as it is given to me, and that will be it. Thank you. I want to thank the Honorable Justice Dr. Fawz Twaib, President of the East African Law Society, for inviting me, that is the head of state, not me physically. I don't want to start growing wings. I want to thank the Honorable Justice Dr. Fawz Twaib, President of the East African Law Society, for inviting me to address the 29th Annual Conference and General Meeting of Lawyers from the East African countries. The legal profession is as old as mankind. It evolved to act as a profession. It evolved to act as the guardian of justice, equality, and good governance in society. Civilized societies are known for upholding the rule of law as an antidote to anarchy and man's inhumanity to man. Lawyers have a unique role in ensuring that there is justice for all, regardless of their status, gender, age, tribe, religion, or political affiliation. I therefore want to thank our lawyers for serving the people of East Africa. I thank the leadership of the East African Law Society for fostering unity and collaboration among the legal practitioners in the East African region. This is a step in the right direction because it complements the efforts towards achieving a political and economic integration of East Africa. Unity is the only guarantee for people's survival and prosperity. Therefore, I'm happy that the legal professionals in East Africa are working together in the execution of their work. I want to make a few remarks on today's theme, which states leveraging the legal profession for sustainable growth and development in the East African community. First of all, I want to appreciate the lawyers for recognizing that it is within their purview to join the fight against poverty and social backwardness. However, I would like to make a modest proposal that the above theme be amended and we introduce the words transition and transformation in the theme in the place of the phrase sustainable growth and development. The reason why I make this suggestion is because the term sustainable development is vague. It does not reflect our true aspirations and goals. Whenever I find people using this term, I ask them the following question. Can you have a sustainable pregnancy? This means a pregnancy that is indefinite. The answer is that it is neither feasible nor desirable to have a sustainable pregnancy. In the pregnancy, we have the microcosm of both quantitative expansion, the baby growing in the womb, and the qualitative leap after 9 years when the pregnancy transforms into a baby breathing through the nose, eating through the mouth, etc. Instead of previously doing comparable activities through the umbilical cord. It is the same organism going through the different forms of life. In biology, they call it metamorphosis, where the insect goes through the different forms of life: egg, caterpillar, pupa, mature, butterfly. It is the same organism through the different forms of life. The same applies to society. Ever since the evolution of man from the earlier primates into the Homo sapien 4.5 million years ago, the society has been evolving from the hunter-gatherer communities that dwelt in trees or tree dwellers, cave dwellers, with the invention of fire, using ever-changing tools from stone, brass, iron, guns, spears, etc., to domestication of crops, agriculture, instead of hunter-gathering, and domestication of animals, pastoralism, through feudal times to the Industrial Revolution, with its earlier 3 stages: the use of the steam engine, the discovery of electricity and the rail transport, and the automation of the 1960s, and the unfolding of the 4th Industrial Revolution. In the form of artificial intelligence, where intelligent machines perform work of human beings. All these changes have been transformational, not just quantitative changes, but changes involving qualitative leaps. These are what we mean by transformation and transition, not just increasing quantitatively, but also assuming a higher quality. Africa's problem has been the issue of incomplete social metamorphosis. For example, society is stagnating, in some cases, retrogressing. The European society in the last 500 years has transitioned from feudal peasant societies to a skilled working class society. If you go to England now, you cannot find a peasant. Therefore, the struggle that I have been waging alongside other patriots involves lifting our people from a subsistence way of life, that is working for food, to the modern money economy. The absence of a middle class does not only mean the absence of savings and entrepreneurship. It also means the absence of a cosmopolitan outlook. It means a narrow and parochial outlook. While the middle class tend to be cosmopolitan, and profit-oriented, the peasant society suffer from parochialism and ideological obscurantism. The objective of restoring the East African community was to stimulate growth and development by creating a bigger market for our business enterprises. If I may remind you, principle number 2 of the NRM ideology is Pan-Africanism. Among the 10 strategic bottlenecks to development that the NRM identified was small internal markets. This is on account of a fragmented nature of our African markets. For instance, Uganda has a market of 45 million people. What is 45 million people in comparison to countries like China, which boasts of a market of 1.3 billion people? What about India, with a market of 1.2 billion people? The European Union market comes third after China and India, with a market of 449 million people. What would be the status of the individual European countries if they were not part of the European Union and remained in small markets? Obviously, they would not be as prosperous and as secure as they are today. Therefore, as the efforts to awaken and sensitize our people to embrace the modernity of producing for the market continue to yield positive outcomes, we will have large quantities of different commodities. Our people will need access to bigger markets. And unity helps us create this market. We must fully develop internal markets, take advantage of the regional market of now 500 East Africans, and also aim to trade with the 1.3 billion Africans. This will make us a solid base to negotiate with other economic giants like the European Union, USA, China, India, etc. Therefore, we must continue to pursue economic integration and guarantee our people's prosperity. However, we should also recognize that economic prosperity alone may not immunize the African people against aggression by bigger powers. As long as we remain small, separate states, the risk of being conquered again remains. We must remedy the mistakes of our ancestors who fell prey to the foreign invaders because they were fragmented into small tribes. Political integration is Africa's insurance policy against subjugation, marginalization, and aggression by greedy powers. Africa is a beautiful pearl which attracts the envy of many outsiders. Africa's conducive weather, abundant natural resources, fertile soils, and large water bodies remain a source of temptation. We are looked upon with angry eyes by some powerful predators. We can only cure our vulnerability by creating a strong center of gravity through political integration. Finally, I would like to conclude by appealing to the East African lawyers to interest themselves in the study of laws which govern the development of society. Society does not develop accidentally or haphazardly as some people seem to think. There are certain basic laws of motion that govern society, and if the lawyers and other intellectuals do not master these laws, no doubt we shall continue to be off course, as has been before in Africa. I thank you all and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you. Like I said, I'm here as a delegate. I may not be at liberty to take part in the discussions. And because of that, I seek permission to leave. Thank you.
A round of applause, please, again. Before he leaves the stage, let me invite all the bar presidents to come and take a photo with our Deputy Attorney General, please. Our bar leaders, our presidents. And also former bar leaders. Former bar leaders and IBA, Palu. Allow me to down my tools now and invite Judge Odera to take charge of the next phase. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much,
Mr. Mohamed Nyaoga, Senior Counsel, for taking us through the first session of this morning's program. Sadly, the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General has left. I'm sure you may have had certain questions for him. And in his absence, I'll propose that we go to the next phase of the program, and that is the social security in East Africa, a review of its role in fostering economic growth and development in the East Africa community. With us present, we do have our speaker, Mr. Patrick Michael Ayota, who is the Managing Director of the National Social Security Fund in Uganda. And the session will be moderated by Mrs. Agnes Isharaza. I would ask them if they're in the house, if they could just step forward and take their positions. Okay, thank you very much. Both our participants are here with us, and I will hand over to Mrs. Isharaza, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, to introduce our speaker and then run the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Looks like the names with Z's and Z's are creating challenges in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. Good morning. It gives us great pleasure to be in the room and speak about matters social security. I would like to request my colleagues from NSSF to kindly stand up wherever you are so our boss can see that you're in the house. Team NSSF? Yes, thank you so much. And one of the reasons I've asked them to stand is because my boss is an accountant, and accountants and lawyers have an interesting relationship. So for the comments that he will make about lawyers, because he's definitely going to, please blame them on the team in the house. Don't take them to heart. But Patrick, please don't be hard on my colleagues. So I think you've heard in the challenge that HE has given to us about the theme, the sustainable and growth for development, replace sustainable with transformation, transition and transformation. My boss in the house is one of those patriots that HE was talking about. He's very passionate about transformation. He is passionate about the fact that each of us actually has a role to play. Sitting in the house as lawyers, we always ask ourselves, what role do I have to play in, say, social security or oil and gas or whatever the sector is? You have a role to play, not only as a legal advisor, but also as a facilitator, the link between you and the businesses you advise, thinking about how we transform this country. So we are here to tell our story from a social security perspective. And I'm sure you're going to be enlightened by the presentation. So I would like to introduce Patrick very briefly. I know we are constrained for time. Obviously, you know he's the MD of NSSF. He's an accountant. NSSF is the largest social security fund in East Africa. I was talking a while ago to some colleagues from Burundi and Tanzania, and we'll tell you how we've done this. Patrick, I don't have to go through your academic achievements. I think they speak for themselves. But Patrick is very active in the local community. and engages with the Ugandan community globally. And he's very passionate about challenging all of us to put our best foot forward to cause transformation. And it's therefore my great honor to invite Patrick to speak to us. Patrick, you're very welcome. Thank you.
It's still good morning, good morning. Good morning. Okay, you know, I'm an accountant. You guys are lawyers. There's something lawyers actually do have. You can speak, you can articulate your oratory. Accountants, we are dry. We don't say too many words. So I came with a presentation, and just to, let's have it up there. Could I also have a clicker? Please, somebody who has got the clicker, so that we can be there. Okay, it's coming. Okay, while I'm bringing, we found an interesting, so when I was going to come here, I got about an hour ago 2 warnings. One was from Agnes, sitting here. One was a lady called Asmahani, that Patrick, keep it short. I said, I'm speaking before lawyers. What do you mean, keep it short? They said, no, 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 you have to keep it short. So I remembered something that many of you may be quite familiar with. Accountants in our work, one of the most important pieces of document we produce is something called the audit opinion that reassures everybody reading those financial statements that they're reasonable and fairly representative of the financial affairs of that entity. It's a 1-page opinion. The opinion itself is 1 paragraph. It does have 4 sentences. So when we were in the MBA program, we decided to give our opinion page to the students from the law school. How would they, as lawyers, draft the opinion page? 2 weeks later, it was 115 pages with every disclaimer you can negate. So I understand that when I'm speaking to lawyers, first of all, you guys, I understood that you lawyers, you refer to yourself as land friends. Higher up, then you become your worship. Higher over, you become your lordship. So one day I walked in my office and I went to our chambers, you know, NSF's chambers. I say, land friends, and all these lawyers looked at me and say, no, 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 no. Land friends is reserved for lawyers, not accountants. So it kind of gives me a little bit of an interesting thing. I'm speaking before land friends. So every qualification I've had actually means nothing before land friends for the things that you guys have had. So for those of you who just came from, and you think about what's the role of Social Security as we work together in East Africa. And I'll start with a very small little thing, a mindset change. I'll tell you something very interesting. The president's speech mentioned something, transition and transformation. I can bet you together, if you left Kampala now and you went to Western Uganda, you're using the Mubende Road, you're going to run into a lot of dust. There are 2 things that cause dust in this world. 2, decay or reconstruction. Those are the only things that cause dust. So when you see dust on that road, ask yourself, is it because the road is decaying or it is being reconstructed? Why am I saying that? As Africans and East Africans and Ugandans, sometimes we focus on the dust and we do not go beyond the dust to find out what is causing dust. Even our political democracy is going through a transition. And some of these things that you see, if you stop and you don't go beyond it, is it that democracy is decaying or is it being reconstructed? And I want to present to you that we are going through a transition, and part of that is what we have to do. So I'm going to share with you what I see about Uganda. For those of you who are not from Uganda, welcome to Uganda as I continue. Okay. For many of you who don't know where Uganda is, right in the center of Africa. Few facts. From Uganda to Cairo, 3.5-hour flight. From Uganda down south, Johannesburg, 3.5-hour flight. From Uganda to Lagos, 3.5-hour flight. In other words, if you build your business in Uganda, you basically can serve the whole of Africa within 4 hours. It doesn't matter what you have to send. You can actually serve Africa within that time. Who, what we are, and what other people say about us. And if you're Ugandan, please, I hope you really pay attention. Winston Churchill dubbed it the Pearl of Africa. Now, that's just the River Nile. Now, you may say, Winston Churchill, that was 1940s. Okay, branded guy is 2024, the #1 tourist destination in Africa, and the 4th in the world. What I liked about that, on that 4th of the world list, Switzerland's #1. So that's not a bad company to keep, the fact that you are that. Kampala, actually this was, if you look at that, that was we said the 13th most beautiful country in the world. We are the home of Victoria, the largest freshwater lake. Mount Gorillas, the largest number in the world. River Nile, the longest river in the world. The best bird watchers paradise. Tree climbing lions, the largest number in the world. Uganda is a real place. If you are in the park and the lion chases you, please do not climb a tree, because it will follow you up the tree. Right in Western Uganda at the Rwenzori, up at the snow, and then the mountain is on the equator. Miracle. We the people love to work hard. We pray earnestly. We honor our traditions. We enjoy our cuisines. Please do not go before eating some of our food. Very different. We run like there's no tomorrow. If you're from Kenya, which is cool, the Kenyans just coming around the corner while we are finishing. About 10 years ago, the Kenyans were just dominating us. Over the last few years, we are breathing the same air they're breathing. Now you can see what's happening. We dance like there is no tomorrow. And you can get to or across Africa, after Uganda conveniently, Uganda Airlines. Most of you came on this expressway. Take some time, go to one of our airlines, there's about to take you. Or you can just enjoy the walk. Get on a border. These are bicycles here, or just ride a bicycle. And you can choose to stay at the Serena, Mburara, just a simple African hut, or just go camping. And as I begin to play this, the next 1.5 minutes, just putting it to you so you can actually see it.
In the heart of Uganda, where the sun wraps the sky in warm and golden light, here the snow-capped peaks meet the equator. Opportunities soar as high as our majestic mountains. The wild calls with the promise of adventure and discovery. And the waterfalls echo the endless possibilities flowing through our land. Beyond the stunning landscapes lies the true heartbeat of Uganda. It's in the vibrant, dynamic people. It's in our relentless drive to make lives better. Our hope in tomorrow's nation builders. It's in the rhythm of our dance. It's in our passion and every stride towards progress. In the moments that bind us. In the rich fusion of our cuisines. It's in our everyday hassle and in our grind. Striving to build a brighter, more prosperous future. Uganda, a land abundantly endowed with resources. Brimming with opportunities waiting to be harnessed. Where possibilities are vast as our landscapes. And the spirit of progress is unyielding. This is Uganda, a place we call home. Explore and invest, and ravel the pearl of Africa.
And that is a glimpse of our awesome Uganda. So if you're Ugandan and you're here, what is causing the dust? Well, it's political dust, economic dust. I want to put to you that is part of the reconstruction. So as I talk to you about social security, and the reason why that's important to do, you cannot build a country that you do not believe in. You cannot build a company that you don't believe in. And it's high time we Africans actually began believing in our own continent. Yes, there are issues, there are problems. East Africa, yes, there are problems. We struggle back and forth. Kenya is one of the most mature democracies we have in East Africa, but there are problems. But we believe in it, and I'll tell you why, as a social fund, I can actually show you how we believe in Kenya, how we believe in Tanzania, and may be able to say that, the dust you see there is part of reconstruction, not decay. So I'm just going to say what are social security is supposed to be. One, they're a good source of funds for development. And I'm going to go through the Vietnam story. And the reason why that's important is, if you look at the history of Vietnam, it's actually the history of East Africa, an agrarian society. It emerged from devastating wars. Its major export is coffee. By then you can replace any of these with Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, you'll find. Revolutionary leadership, gifted natural resources. Uganda will even have that gifted by nature as Vietnam. But let me show you something that happened with Vietnam. This is Vietnam in 1989. Look at the streets, look at the ZAM. They had just come out of the devastating wars. Then they had interventions they made in Vietnam. The state intervened in agriculture. One of the things that we miss in East Africa is we offloaded agriculture, which is the backbone of our people, to private sector. And the state took off its hands. Vietnam did not. They accelerated domestic long-term savings. Why is that crucial? When a country saves enough money, it has a pool of money it can tap into to run its own development agenda. China, Taiwan, South Korea, Malaysia, now Vietnam became Asian tigers when their domestic long-term savings hit 25 to 30% of GDP. They could now use their own internal resources to begin building. In East Africa, we still go begging empty-handed, so we ask for 100%. The problem with 100%, you do not control the terms under which that is given to you. So it becomes important that as we look at the next decade, we accelerate our savings so that we can actually do that. So what does Vietnam do? This Vietnam today, they basically mobilize the savings of their own community, and you can see it's like night and day in a period of just about 25 years. Look at the GDP of Vietnam. In 1991, the GDP was 9.7 billion shillings. No, $9.7 billion. 2024, they're getting close to $500 billion. Uganda's GDP today is $53 billion. We have actually a very aggressive plan to grow that GDP to $500 billion over the next 15 years. So we have to do something dramatic to bring there. And you find that given its history, how did Vietnam develop so quickly? Look at the savings rate in Vietnam. The gray line represents your savings rate. 1989, the savings rate was under 10% of GDP. Now, they're saving about 35% of GDP. The gray bars represent per capita income of the Vietnamese. 1989, it was right around $600. Right now, they're closing on $3,500 per capita. Uganda is barely getting out of 1,000 in terms of what we need to do. So if we are going to develop this country as it is, Uganda's savings to GDP is 11%, actually 13%. Kenya is, I believe, 14%. Tanzania is around 14%. It means that if we have to accelerate our region into becoming the club of African giants, pension funds like the NSSF must step up and boost long-term savings. So it becomes imperative. When I see most of you here, you're still in the Gen Z, you're very young. Yeah, there are some old ones here. So your kids are coming along. What country do you want to leave them? What service do you want to encourage them to do? Because it matters what you do. And that's why it says every one of us has got a role to play. So if you look at what we're trying to do as a fund, let me just go back a bit. For some of you who don't believe in countries, let me give you some news. These statistics are of June 2024. Where has NSF put its money? Look at that. We have invested as NSF about $1.6 billion in Kenya. Invested close to $600 million in Tanzania. Invested $17 million in Rwanda. We've gone to the DRC to look at opportunities and Southern Sudan, and we will. And the reason why that's important, if I can just tell you something that's very interesting, is NSF Uganda today is the largest equity investor, non-Kenyan equity investor in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. We are also the largest non-Kenya investor in the Kenya bond market. And the monies we invest there then are used to power both infrastructure and industry. And the reason why that's important is many of you may remember, if you're from Kenya, 2020 to 2023, the Kenyan shilling fell, depreciated against the dollar, touching low levels of 180 Kenya shillings to $1. And that drop was from around 130 Kenya shillings to $1. We took a hit, an FX hit, as NSF Uganda, of close to $300 million. But we assessed Kenya. We went through an assessment of Kenya, and Agnes will remember, with the board, and concluded that the fundamentals of Kenya are strong enough, we are not going to exit that market. The most interesting thing, if you're from Kenya, a lot of the foreign investors in Kenya sold off bonds at losses and left. We stayed. As we were selling the bonds, we were buying the bonds. And we gave ourselves that it would take 2 years for Kenya to recover. Kenya recovered in 1 year. And today the exchange rate is around 128 shillings to $1. And we're happy. The reason is why you want to carry local investment. As a local investor, I have a different perspective of risk compared to a non-East African. And that's why it's important that as we go out and begin to help countries, we begin to help talk Kenyans, Tanzanians, Burundians, Rwandese, as we do this, let's collect a pool of investments, a pool of savings. Why? Because we have a different perspective of risk compared to a non-East African, as far as risk in East Africa is concerned. By investing in Kenya, these are the jobs we sustained. We commissioned a study by KPMG. It just came out, I think, 3 weeks ago, on what we call true value assessment. They said in 2004, somebody, are we okay? In 2004, thank you. In 2004, we basically created about 172,000 jobs in Uganda, sustained. Investments in Kenya created around 60,000 jobs. In Tanzania, 7,800 jobs. In Rwanda, 3,500 jobs. So it matters. The regional social securities matter because they will drive development. And it's up to us to encourage those to be able to do that. Now let me come to something that is very dear to you. And we're trying to do this as NSF, creating members. NSF grows in only 2 ways. NSF will grow in only 2 ways. One, we invest, get revenues. We spend some of that on our expenses. The net income we get, the surplus we get, helps us grow. We collect contributions. We pay out members as they exit. As long as we pay out less than what we brought in, that net increase in contributions helps us to grow. Something very interesting in our economies. And that contribution only grows when 2 things happen. People get higher salaries. But now for many of you who work for big companies, you know one thing is happening. The big companies are automating. So they're not growing headcount. Even when you leave, they don't replace you. They distribute the responsibilities you have, but they do not redistribute the entire salary they had. So the only way we can grow is to bring in more members into the social security. It's true of Kenya, true of Tanzania, true of Uganda. You have to bring in more members into social security. The problem is, the economies at this point are not creating enough jobs. So if you wait for the economy to create a job, you will not be able to grow. So NSF Uganda has taken upon itself that we have to create our own members. And by doing so, we create our own future. So this is a bit of the challenge. This is how we look at our future in NSF. We have what we call Vision 2035. We have what we call Pillars 2035. We want basically 50% of Ugandans to save with the fund from the current 11%. To grow the balance sheet 50 trillion by doing serving very well. And as we expand that coverage, what happens? The country has more of the local pool of money to drive investment. And we can't do it by doing the things the OSEM always. So we're going to do things differently. We have what we call the High Innovator Program. Right now, this program is interesting. We've funded, and let me just go through and you see what we've done so far. We've trained 57,000 entrepreneurs out of a target of 75,000 by next year. We have funded 372 startups over the last 3.5 years. We need to fund them by 500 by the end of next year. We've created 14,000 jobs. And they've basically been able to save 847 million shillings as contributions. So when we help them make a little more money, they are actually saving. And this is a message you can take back to your social securities. Do not be a passive bystander investing only in bonds or investing only in equities. Now go down to the grassroots and see what happens. Because in the long run, the target here is to create 132,000 jobs by the next 5 years, direct jobs. Each direct job you create has got a multiplier effect. Some of them is 20, some of them is 10 indirect jobs that you create. And we begin to change our own country as part of that. So when we've actually taken out to 2030, we'll do 1,000 startups. The good news is you don't have to do it only with your money. We have enough partners willing to join us to fund this. So we can actually be part of the solution to the problems we see. The second one that we're working on is agriculture. Uganda, 70% of livelihood is agriculture. The biggest bottleneck in agriculture has been this. People grow food, but they don't have markets. So we took away the motivation for people to grow foods. Because they grow food, they can't sell. So together with some people, UDC, some private sector, we're creating a national marketing company. And I'll just tell you something that has happened. We solved 7 million people households that we have as a problem. And the model is very simple. We identify markets. Then come back and tell the farmer, here's soybean, Sabia wants soybean, this is the price, begin to grow. And we organize the logistics, and we're able to supply that soybean to that. And we do that crop by crop. Let me give you the stats so you can actually see the future, what the president will talk about. Right now, an acre of soybean will give a farm about 800 kilograms. The price for soybean now is 1,500 Uganda shillings. If the market we have now is offering the farmer about 2,200 shillings. If the farmer puts fertilizers because he's motivated, you can increase that product to 3,000 kilograms. So the farmer just moves from making 1,200 shillings to 6 million shillings a season. And we transform our own people. And the point of it is when we do that as an SSF, here are 10 million potential farmers who, because they're making a little more money, become members of the fund. And as we do that, the pool grows bigger, and we have better opportunities to invest this in the region or in our own thing. And the message that I want you to take back to your own countries, Uganda, I know you're a number of you law firms here, please save. It's your money, save. Do not sit back and say, you know what, we lawyers don't save. Please do, especially those young people you've hired. They're growing old with nothing to show for it when they leave your law firm. It will not kill you. It will help you in the process as we do that. On that note, we know we can play a significant role in driving our regional economic development. We can take a long-term view. We can help change the mindsets. We can invest and take advantage of the cross-border opportunities. And we're a good source of local funding for enterprises. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. So we have a few minutes for a Q&A. That's the story of NSSF and how we are deliberately and intentionally purposing to lead to transforming the country, the region, as you've heard You all know the famous quote, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. We all know the problems, unemployment, poor infrastructure, etc. What are you doing about it? This is what the fund is doing about addressing these challenges. And we move away from the famous Tusaba government to Yambi. So you can translate for our neighbors. What are you doing about it? So we have a few minutes. If there are any questions, compliments for the MD, this is the time. We'll take 1 or 2 or 3. Thank you. Do we have some microphones, team, organizing team? There are a couple of hands. The first hand was at the front. Then there's a gentleman there. Some microphones? I don't see anybody. And I don't think you can project your voice. Do you want to try? The room is quite big. Okay, there's one here. Thank you. Name, country, question, comment, compliment. Thank you. Yes, please. Oh. The microphone, there's one here. So, Mr. Chacha, 2 minutes spared. Thank you. There's a gentleman here.
Thank you very much, Masood Salim. I come from Zanzibar. Our land brother, MD Patrick, you touched on the issue of trust, believing in our country. I totally agree with you, and I think this should be reciprocal. Our countries should also believe in us. I think that's very important. Question, because mindset matters a lot. I wanted to know what feeds or inspire your thinking and your mindset, which I find to be very positive. And the last question is, you talked about Asian tigers. Often for me, the story of Asian tigers is both inspiring and maybe depressing, because you look at what they've achieved, and then you look back, you say, well, and you played on your presentation, you see this picture of, they were like us in the 60s, and you see it, what they've achieved and where we are. You talked about something drastic needs to be done. What would that be, that drastic measure for East Africa and Africa to reach our full potential? And let me declare that I'm a Pan-Africanist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I request that we keep our questions, comments brief in the interest of time. There was a hand over there, middle row at the end. Thank you.
My name is Lois Rugazia from the United Republic of Tanzania, from the Tanganyika Law Society Bar. My question is, it will be anchored on the call that you made about firms trying to assist the young employees in terms of paying for them the contributions toward the securities. But I wonder how, for instance, your own your regulatory authorities or your own security agencies have tried to deal with the other challenges that, you know, small-sized as well as some medium-sized firms would face with the host of other responsibility that comes when these jobs are formalized. So for instance, we find out that, and I think it is important to try and research and inquire the challenges that small-sized as well as medium-sized firms are facing. Because in most cases, the way it starts, most junior lawyers starts as some sort of interns, and then they become, just counsels, but sometimes without contracts, without agreements. And I can tell you for sure, because most lawyers understand the implications of the action they take, they become a bit skeptical on formalizing the relationships that they have with, some of the junior advocates as well as advocates who are working in their firms. And it is because, and I'm not saying someone should come and start auditing us, but it's because most lawyers knows that the moment you formalize that relationship, it's not only now the social security funds, but it is again TRI with the pay as you earn. There's a lot of complication that comes with this. So my question is, what do you think will be the solution? How can you come up with the adjustments and some sort of alias between yourselves and the revenue authorities? Back in my home, we call it TRI. Here, I don't know what it is called, but with the revenue authorities to assure that at least there is certain ways that we can be lenient with the small-sized firms and medium-sized firms who at the same time want to contribute to the securities, but they are scared. They are a bit skeptical of formalizing these relationships. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We'll take one more question that way. There's a hand there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brownie Abel. I'm from Uganda. I like the fact that NSSF has been able to invest in other markets, especially Kenya. That is very impressive. My question is in regards to the High Innovator Program. How does the youth and women tap into the program? Because most times we don't have access to collateral that can be used to get grants or loans. So how is NSSF leveraging on the youth? Because we have ideas and maybe do not have the funds to do so. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll take just those questions in the interest of time. Mr. Odera is looking at me quite sharply. I'm glad a lady asked. Just a comment before the MD comes, because we'll be leaving after this. Just to challenge my lady colleagues, I saw the photo moment here with the bar leaders and everybody. I don't know if everybody saw what I saw. I think we only had the head of the IBA and one other lady. Ladies, can we do something? Though my MD joked that thankfully the head of the IBA is a lady. So her presence alone, made up for the men. But ladies, let's do something, yeah? Let's go for these positions. So, Patrick, thank you.
Let me start with the last question on the one for High Innovator. Actually, it's one of the easiest programs to get into. If you just get a chance, go to our website, www.nssfug.org. There's a menu, just drop a High Innovator, and it will walk you through what you need to do. Don't worry about collateral. What we fund are two things. We are funding startups. We fund potential for scale, for potential for impact, and potential for sustainability, which is profitability. So you come. The only criteria is, please, the idea should not still be in your head, because that means still in your head. You should have at least been doing something for 1 or 2 years. That's really the criteria we use for that purpose. If I go to the gentleman from Zanzibar, mindset, inspiring. Let me tell you something, and Ugandans, you'll recognize this. The last 25 to 30 years, our country has been driven by donors. It's a donor-driven economy. So we call them development partners. What does a donor want to see that gives him relevance? Sadness, illness, helplessness, you name it. Not anything good. Because that's how they go back, raise money to come back. The problem is, over the 25 years, we also believed it. So when we look at our countries, we also want and look for helplessness, poverty, and yet if you look hard enough, you're actually going to see that, no, that's not the entire story. That's my call to you, wherever you are from. I was in Dar es Salaam the other day, 3 weeks ago. Rode that train from Dar to Dodoma. Amazing train service, amazing countryside. And we look at some of the opportunities in Tanzania. Tanzania is like a sleeping giant. Let's look for it and get it. Because let's not believe how others have defined us. Even how they define democracy, let's not allow that democracy means this. I mean, 2020, guys, Trump refuses to hand over office willingly. And that is a democracy we all aspire to be like. In Uganda, we would have just said this guy wanted to commit a coup. So let's not allow people to define what it is for us. I think the other thing that you mentioned, Asian tigers, and you're right. One of the things that Asian tigers is, one of the things that we need to do really in Africa here, let's hold each other accountable. Let's hold each other accountable. We ourselves leave too many things to pass by. You hear about something happen, and you keep quiet, and the point is why. I'm the MD of NSSF. You hear money has got a loss out of NSSF, and you keep quiet. Oh, by the way, in Uganda today, not NSSF. If they had I stole money, they will crucify me. The workers are going to walk on that street and demand my head. By the way, that's one thing that even the president knows. That's why he really, really respects NSF, because you won't touch it. You don't mess with NSF because the NAPO will make noise about it. So let's make noise about the other things. You raise the issue of trust. I think you meant trust, the leaders trusting us. Because we are the country. You and I make this country. So it's, one segment may not trust you, but because we allow them to get away with it. Finally, the gentleman from Tanzania, from Tanzania, regarding the farms, the regulatory, you're concerned about the skeptical about the 14,000. Let's start somewhere. The amount you put across will not die. Let me tell you something you will be shocked at. When we said we're going to fund 500 startups by June 2025, we also defined our risk profile. The failure rates for businesses in Uganda is 90%. So in our mind, and we documented it and the board approved it, that if we fund 500 startups, 90% will die. 450 will die. But the 50 that survive the next 10 years, 15 years, those are the ones that become your MTNs. They become your BOBLs. They become all those things. I have good news for you. We funded 347. We lost 12. So now we are batting around 90% who are surviving because we put services around. Do not be scared to do it. Finally, about small law firms complying with this. Let me tell you, I'm an accountant. Lawyers make more money than accountants on any given day. I can tell you that for sure. But accountants try to comply. So, do not think your size exempts you. Accountants who you make more money than comply. They pay for their members. They give their associates contracts. They pay taxes for them. You can do it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that very deep presentation. You know, for a long time in this part of the world, the National Social Security funds have been looked at as a cash cow for entrepreneurs. But I'm glad that you're now investing, you're diversifying your investments, not just buying overpriced pieces of land all over the country, but you're now trading in the stock market and other securities. So while you're talking about Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, the only thing which you didn't tell us is that between Kenya and Uganda, we often confuse as to whether one is a Kenyan or Ugandan. There was a time when we had a deputy president in Kenya whose brother was a minister in Uganda. And many a times we do have all these athletes who many times we are cheering in Kenya just to find that they are Ugandans. So thank you for investing in the Nairobi Stock Exchange, and thank you for the assurance that the social security in East Africa is playing a role in fostering economic growth and development in this region. I think Patrick does deserve a hearty applause together with Agnes. And we do thank you for having taken time to come and share those insights with us. So the next phase of the program, I do know that what's standing between us and lunch is the breakout sessions, which I do believe will be worth attending. Very interesting topics. There are 5 I believe, 5 streams, ranging from competition, practice, sports, arbitration, sustainability in extractives, litigating reproductive justice in contemporary times. We do have 5 different streams, and I'll ask David to come and guide us to the various streams that are discussing those different topics. David?
Thank you, Senior Chacha. I have a very simple assignment. I'm going to guide you to the various sessions. Remember, there is coffee, if you're low on energy, just outside these doors. So we're going to go out after this session, and we have 5 streams for the first session and 4 streams for the next one. Stream 1, we are going to Ebony. Look for a hall called Ebony. I think it should be marked by now. And that stream will talk about anti-competitive practices in East Africa and COMESA, cartels, monopolies, and abuse of dominance. So if you are a competition law practitioner, this is your place. Go to Ebony. Stream 2, Acacia. Look for a hall called Acacia. And this stream will focus on pioneering change, the pivotal role of East African lawyers in shaping the future of sports commercialization and industry innovation. So that is stream 2. If you're interested in sports law, look for Acacia. Stream 3, you remain here, and that stream is leveraging arbitration and other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms for EAC growth. So if you're an arbitrator or you're interested in alternative dispute resolution, you remain in this room for your breakout. Stream 4, you look for Royal Palm. That's where we had our Young Lawyers Conference yesterday. And this stream will talk about sustainability in the extractives, the role of the legal profession in enhancing transparency and accountability. That is stream 4. If you're interested in extractives, and if you're interested in transparency in the area of extractives, please go to Royal Palm. That is stream 4. Stream 5, we are talking about litigating reproductive justice in contemporary times. This is at Speak Ballroom. That is where we had our Women Lawyers Conference. So those are our various streams for this very first session. Remember, you can have your refreshments outside as you look for the area you would be interested in. As you do that, I would like to recognize our sponsors and partners and to give them a minute to say a word or two. So if MUA is ready, MUA Insurance, now that we are talking about social security and insurance, MUA Rwanda and MUA Uganda, you'll have a minute or two, followed by LG Group, if they're in the room, and Center for Reproductive Rights, and RWI, Raoul Wallenberg Institute, Thomson Reuters, Afronomics Law, DLA Piper, PALU. All of you, if you're in the room, you'll get a minute as we take refreshments and transition to the next segment of our program. Finally, the last segment, there are 4 streams. Again, stream 1, I'm going to read that through. You'll get the rooms marked. Stream 1, you go to Acacia. Stream 1 is talking about the 5th industrial revolution, technology's role in shaping the future of legal practice. Stream 1 after this stream. So we'll have this breakout, and then we'll have another breakout. Stream 1, the 5th industrial revolution, Acacia. Stream 2, you remain in Rwenzori, and we're going to talk about sovereign debt, the impact to development and growth in East Africa. So stream 2, you remain here. And this session is hosted by PALU, Thomson Reuters, and Oxfam. Stream 3, you go to Royal Palm, where we are talking about the rule of law, and we are launching a rule of law index. So Royal Palm, the launch of the rule of law index will take place there. And the last session, stream 4, is talking about green growth and the transition to green growth at Speak Ballroom. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome the next segment. May I call MUA for 1 minute as we get our panelists to take the stage. Thank you. Back to you, Chacha. MUA, this is your time if you're in the room. Our partners, MUA, have 1 or 2 minutes. If they're not ready, LG Group, I think I saw Khan, he's not in the room. Thomson Reuters, if you'd like to say a few words. Afronomics Law, DLA Piper, CDH Kenya. Any of those that is ready, please take the stage. The breakout is now open.
Okay, thank you, David. I think let's quickly assemble in the various rooms that would like to participate so that we can, by 1:20, finish up and break for lunch. Thank you.
All right. So,
first of all, I would say that the partnership that MUA and Rwanda Bar Association is very crucial for us. MUA offers cover to the members of the Bar Association.
So as we watch,
also to the Bar Association as an organization.
As we watch the videos, from the sponsors and partners, please note that we'll be having stream number 3. Stream number 3, Alan Wanyala, Jacqueline Waihenya, kindly make your way to the stage. Dr. Alex Nguluma, Victor Mugabe, and David Kagwa. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Edith Twinamatsiko. So if you're interested in that stream that is leveraging arbitration and other alternative dispute resolution management mechanisms, then we can proceed to start that session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We can watch the videos, DJ.
Or any other kind of insurance that is any product that MUA is giving in the market.
MUA Rwanda is part of a big group of MUA Limited. We are present in Rwanda, in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, and Seychelles, the headquarters being in Mauritius. We provide a range of services to do with insurance.
The panelists, please, so that we proceed and get ready for lunch. David Kagwa,
the head of
Victor Mugabe, if you're in the building, if you can hear my voice. Alan Wanyala, kindly make your way up to the stage so that we can proceed with stream number 3. Dr. Alex Nguluma, karibuni sana, karibu sana, thank you so much. Stream number 3. Asante, asante. I see the moderator is here, so we can.
Peace of mind and protection for us, it's a very big.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
The collaboration
Stream number 3.
Rwanda Bar Association, it gave us a chance to give them a tailor-made service so that while they are busy doing their daily activities, they have that peace of mind. They know that we at the back, we are protecting them and their families so that they can be comfortable in doing their daily activities.
So the benefit that we are getting is that our members and even the Bar Association is getting this at a discounted premium. And this has helped us to get this coverage and people work and get these services easily. MUA has also supported the Bar Association in various activities, including like the support that they've given us when we were celebrating our 25th anniversary. It was very important. And now it's like we are taking our partnership to the level of East Africa. So I look forward to the time when we'll be having kind of coverage that is for all lawyers, that MUA is a partner that we are considering across the region, not only in Rwanda. And I'm happy that this has actually started from Rwanda and it's now expanding. So the conversation that the current CEO or managing director of MUA Rwanda has had with the East African Law Society was very fruitful. That is also going to allow MUA to showcase their products, and who knows, maybe we are taking the partnership that we have locally to the regional level.
Good afternoon. May we please take our seats? And I request that if we can occupy the front seats. Okay, we're going to begin.
Welcome to the vibrant heart of Kigali, where the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's panel discussion on leveraging arbitration and other alternative dispute mechanisms for East African community growth. We're honored to have such a distinguished panel of speakers and participants with us today. My name is Edith Twinamasko. I'm an arbitrator and the founder of African Women in Arbitration, and I'll be your moderator for today. May I request that you please take our seats so that we finish this as fast as possible. Thank you. Okay, so just before we begin our panel discussion today, I would like us to take a moment and acknowledge the recent passing of Dr. Wilfred Mutuwa, a renowned arbitrator and a significant figure in the field of ADR. Dr. Mutuwa's contributions to the legal community and his dedication to promoting ADR in the East African region has left an indelible mark. So in honor of Dr. Mutuwa's legacy, I ask that we observe a moment of silence. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. So, to begin our session today, just a brief background. So, the East African community is witnessing a transformative phase characterized by increased economic integration, cross-border trade, and investment among its member states. So as the businesses flourish in this dynamic environment, the complexity of the disputes they escalate. So traditional litigation, as we all know, is time-consuming and costly, and it deters investments and hampers economic growth. So in contrast, ADR mechanisms, which include arbitration, mediation, and conciliation, provide efficient, flexible, and effective solutions tailored to the unique challenges of the East African community. So in the panel session today, we'll discuss the critical role of arbitration and other ADR mechanisms as essential tools for fostering sustainable growth and stability within the East African community. And by establishing a robust dispute resolution framework, the East African community can facilitate smoother business operations, enhance investor confidence, and strengthen regional cooperation. So just to summarize what our panel discussion will be all about, we'll cover these important topics, which are introduction to arbitration, mediation, and other ADR methods, their advantages in the East African community, and the role of ADR in resolving trade disputes and fostering regional economic integration. We'll also discuss aligning national laws with international standards, building institutional capacity, and exploring opportunities for technological innovation and regional collaboration to improve ADR effectiveness. So allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists quickly. I'll start with Mr. Victor Mugabe. May you please stand up? Thank you. Mr. Victor is the Secretary General of the Kigali International Arbitration Center, which is the premier and sole arbitration institution in Rwanda. He serves as a head and registrar of the center and supervises the administration of arbitration, mediation, and other ADR cases filed at the center. Prior to that, he served as the executive director of the Rwanda Bar Association and the acting coordinator of the Justice, Reconciliation, Law, and Order Sector Secretariat in the Ministry of Justice. He also served as an assistant coordinator of the Justice, Reconciliation, Law and Order Sector in the Ministry of Justice, and he has significantly contributed to Rwanda's continued and unprecedented strategic transformation. You're welcome, Mr. Mugabe. Thank you. Our second panelist today is Mr. David Kagwa. Please. Thank you. David is an international arbitrator and construction lawyer. He's the chairman of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, a senior partner at Kagwa and Kakwa Advocates. He has acted for counsel as an arbitrator in several construction disputes under major arbitration rules like UNISTRA rules, LCIA, ICC, CIAB. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, fellow of the Institute of Construction Claims Practitioners, a member of LCIA, a member of Society of Construction Law, and a member of the Society of Construction Law, both of UK and Africa. David holds a Master of Laws degree in construction law from Aberdeen in Scotland, among others. Thank you for joining us, Mr. David Kagwa. It's my privilege to introduce this panelist. She's a lady. Ms. Jacqueline Waihenya, please stand up. Thank you. Ms. Jacqueline is a PhD candidate at the University of Nairobi. She's the chairman of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya branch and is an ADR expert. She is officially recognized as a chartered arbitrator and also holds a diploma in international arbitration. She has expertise in construction adjudication and construction in general. She's a chartered mediator with advanced mediation skills. She's the sole Kenyan mediator approved by FIFA and is a pioneer accredited mediator with the Kenyan judiciary. Welcome, Ms. Waihenya. The next panelist is Mr. Alan Wanyala, please. Mr. Wanyala is a partner at S&L Advocates, specializing in commercial litigation and arbitration, and has undertaken specialized litigation training from National Institute of Trial Advocacy. He represents clients in both contentious and non-contentious matters in areas of law such as banking and financial services. He has also represented corporate and state entities in high-value matters in Supreme Court and Court of Appeal. And he has expertise in both domestic and international arbitration. Welcome, Mr. Wanyala. And last but not least is Dr. Alex Nguluma. You're welcome. He's a managing partner with Rex Attorneys, yeah? Okay, thank you. So we're going to start our discussion today. We'll start with Mr. Wanyala to just give us an overview of arbitration, mediation, and other ADR methods, and how they differ from traditional litigation.
Thank you very much, Edith. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll just give a brief overview of arbitration or ADR as distinct from traditional litigation. As we're all aware, traditional litigation is a state-funded mechanism of resolving disputes. ADR, on the other hand, is settlement of disputes or resolution of disputes outside that state-funded mechanism. So under this, we have various ADR mechanisms. We have arbitration, we have mediation, we have adjudication, we have conciliation, to mention but a few. Of prominence, of course, and the reason I'm sure we're all in this room is to talk about arbitration. So as distinct from the other ADR mechanisms as well, you have parties agreeing to try their dispute or their challenge before either a single arbitrator or a panel or tribunal, as you like. The decision of the tribunal or of the single arbitrator is binding. It's binding, and arbitration is usually final. Now, if we're to move to mediation, on the other hand, the parties agree to instruct a neutral third party, who is your mediator, to help them resolve their conflict. Now, there is no decision that is reached by a mediator. It is not binding. Obviously, because there is no decision, there is nothing final. When you move to adjudication, adjudication is an interesting mechanism as well, where the parties also agree to instruct a neutral third party to resolve their disputes. A decision by an adjudicator, on the one hand, is binding, but may not be final until maybe the time given to challenge that decision has lapsed. Adjudication, as distinct from the other modes of ADR, are usually frequent in highly specialized subject matter disputes. If you're familiar with your construction law or construction disputes, FIDI contracts and what have you, adjudication is a very preferred mechanism because the project must go on, or the show must go on, as it were. Moving on to the second limb of the question, Edith, if you could remind me.
The advantages.
Yes. So we've all noted that ADR is taking on a level of prominence, not only in the region, internationally, even domestically in each of our home countries. And this is because, actually, what I feel is the strongest advantage of it is its expediency. It is not uncommon, as you all know, to enter into a dispute, your traditional litigation courts or matters, and spend years on end before that dispute is resolved. ADR, on the other hand, whether it is arbitration or mediation or what have you, help in resolving disputes in the quickest time possible. I'll share a personal experience, just to drive this home. I was involved in a financial dispute or a banking dispute for one of our financial clients. And this matter was filed, I think, in 2014. We decided to go to arbitration in 2020. So you can imagine between 2014 to 2020, the dispute is still running. When the parties agreed to, resolve the matter, because we realized that we're not going to go anywhere with the traditional court system or the litigation, this matter was resolved in 6 months. In 6 months, there was an award, and everybody got paid. But most of all, the clients were happy and relieved. So that, for me, the strongest advantage of ADR. Secondly, we all know traditional litigation. It's a fight to the death. Nobody leaves the stage until blood is spilled. Because of this, parties are extremely adversarial, extremely uncooperative. ADR, on the other hand, parties usually engage in good faith to try and resolve a dispute as quickly as possible so that the commercial life of the transaction or the dispute can go on. In particular, you'll realize in matters, say, where parties resort to adjudication. Adjudication, as we all know, is affiliated with big, infrastructure projects. So if a dispute arises, maybe there's a prolongation claim somewhere, and the contractor says, I am not going to, or downs their tools, the project suffers. But when you have an inbuilt mechanism for ADR, in this case adjudication, the parties continue to work or continue to perform their obligations while the dispute is ongoing. I think I'll end here for now.
Yeah, just maybe give us a case study or, any success story.
ADR?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Where business or individual has benefited from.
I beg your pardon?
Where business or an individual has benefited from.
Yes, I can think of one, though it's a very interesting question because, one of the things that ADR prides on is confidentiality. So it's interesting to be asked to share a case study. But very recently, I know of a mediation that was taking place in the East African Court of Justice. As you all know, the ESCJ also has an ADR mandate, arbitration and mediation and what have you. The parties, if I recall, were, I think, Hope for Humanitarian, HHA, Hope for Humanitarian Authority or something, versus the government of South Sudan. Now, this claim or this dispute involved an oil spillage, so the environmental concerns by the applicant, HHA, against the government of South Sudan in the manner in which certain oil fields were being explored by the various companies. When the matter came up for hearing, the counsel for the respondent, that's the government of South Sudan, asked the court to allow the parties to explore the court-annexed mediation, which the court was more than happy to do. Now, to cut the long story short, the mediation was successful. As to whether the terms of the mediation or the decree that was extracted arising out of the mediation are being enforced is another matter and another discussion. But you have a matter or a dispute, a big dispute that has been resolved that could have taken years in your traditional courts, but for ADR.
Thank you so much, Alan. I'll just quickly move on to Ms. Jacqueline Waihenya. Alan has, summarized the ADR mechanisms and their advantages. Please tell us how they can be effectively utilized to resolve trade disputes within the East African community.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's good afternoon, right? Good afternoon, everyone. I want to see some evidence that it's a good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for the support that you've given to the branch. On the question of regional integration, I think it's important on the question of regional integration, it's important to, first of all, applaud the East African community. And because the treaty was signed on the 30th of November, 1999, we should be marking that particular date, because today is the 29th of November. Maybe we can clap for our community. And also to recognize that the treaty also created the East African Court of Justice, and Article 32 of the East Africa Court of Justice, the instrument that put it in place, recognizes and gives jurisdiction to the EACJ to hear and determine matters, and it also allows for an arbitration clause it also acquires jurisdiction where there's an arbitration clause that effectively gives it jurisdiction. So in the very first instance, we know and we can see that within the legal framework of the establishing statute, arbitration then takes a leading role, and all the other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms are also possible and incorporated, not only in the East African Treaty, but also in other protocols. So the non-tariff barriers, the elimination of non-tariff barriers treaty also speaks to mediation. And one of the key applications that is hoped that it would be applied to is when we have cross-border trade, particularly between the East African states. And it's very useful for SMEs. So what we find is that arbitration tends to be fairly more applicable in the more complex commercial matters because of the way that it is included either by statute and provided for by statute or by agreement by the parties to the individual parties. And I would also want to probably say that it's important for us to think of ourselves not just being as members of the East African community, but also of the African Free Trade, Commercial Trade Area, which also has, the instrument also has provided for a dispute settlement approach or mechanism. So the mechanisms that have been defined or explained by my predecessor are all very applicable when it comes to the commercial sector. And what I can say is that the reason I wanted to celebrate the East African community because it's recognized to probably be the regional economic community that has the highest growth rate in the world. So we can expect that the applicability and the ease that it creates in doing business will be very, very useful and applicable for us moving forward. However, it's important to state that while it's very useful to have arbitration clauses, there are challenges in the way in which we can use the mechanisms because of the differences in the legal frameworks in the different jurisdictions that we belong to. Because notwithstanding the fact that we are part of a regional economic community, we still find that a lot of our business is curtailed by what we find in the national jurisdictions, and then obviously the intervention of courts. So I hope I'll have an opportunity to say a little bit more about this, because there are benefits and there are also disadvantages or challenges that we do need to overcome if we're going to realize the African Union dream of getting to the Africa we want, predicated a lot on the first goal, that is economic development. And Africa being one of the regional economic communities, one of the 8 that are recognized by the African Union, it would be useful to think just beyond, or let's think long term, beyond the here and the now, and look to see how we can create frameworks that are responsive to the different countries, the different business people, the different entrepreneurs, as well as the goal. The primary goal is to invite or create an environment that supports foreign direct investment. And the one thing I'll say is that there's a lot of interest in Africa from the rest of the world. When we post results like 5.1% growth per annum, and the African tigers are doing 5.0, then you can be sure that the rest of the world does have a plan for Africa. So I like to underscore that it is time that we think as an African continent and think too as a regional economic community, so that we can have an Africa for Africans. Otherwise, we will we will talk in our communities, and we will put in our institutions, but ultimately the primary beneficiaries may end up being capital exporters from other parts of the world, and we are just going to be dancing to their tune. So I like to be a huge champion of not only preaching arbitration and ADR, but also creating an enabling environment within our regions. So the example I can give is that, like in Kenya, we recently trained the Supreme Court judges. We consider them a key stakeholder, so that even when we are talking about ADR and how it is applied in the countries that we belong to, we have a very informed judiciary. So of course, our Apex Court now is very well trained. They are all fellows of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. And we are looking to continue that particular push to ensure that each and every one of us, as counsel, legal representatives, as the arbitrators who are appointed, and also when we do need to go to the courts, we are able to leverage on the skills and the knowledge that is readily and easily available to us. I think I'll stop there, but I hope you have other questions for me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jackie. Just before I move on to Dr. Nguluma to tell us the difference between the national ADR laws of member states in the East African community and international standards, Jackie, I'd like to request that if at all any example of how ADR has resolved trade disputes that you know about, that has, and it led to a more stable business environment.
Okay, the first examples that come to mind, when we look at trade disputes, the first input or the first personalities that get involved in resolving the disputes tend to be the governments themselves. So if there's a dispute between two countries, then you find that there will be the approach, and the model that is favored within that space is the WTO model, which is what is included in the AFTA instrument. And there have been many questions about, okay, what about the commercial the commercial space, because the disputes will tend to be more of a commercial nature, to be more individualized and not on the plane of the countries. So the many questions have gone into this. There are many debates that are currently going on, and the investment protocol for AfTA has been put in place, and that is something that we should also be thinking to participate in, so that even in our instruments in the East African community, we need to be aligned so that we are harmonized as well with this, with what is going on around the world. But not necessarily trade dispute. I know there was a time that arbitration was used, and this is in 2005, between Sudan and South Sudan, and it really brought peace during that particular time. And there was some, that one is South Sudan and South Sudan then. And I can also give the example of, it was a lease dispute between a Ugandan company and a Kenyan sugar company, which was also resolved. And in April of 2022, that lease ended up being canceled. And, you know, we don't tend to have a lot of examples of ADR cases, mostly because one of the key pillars of arbitration and mediation, even construction adjudication, most commercial institutions prefer it because of the confidentiality aspect. So we are hoping, even as we move along and as we develop the East African Court of Justice and their arbitration, they have arbitration rules, and they have used them in one or two, in a couple of cases. And the thing is to get them, like we have done with our Supreme Court, to get them trained. And CIAB has been at the forefront of doing that, and we've been approached by even other countries from around Africa. Earlier on this year, there was the Export Trading Group, that's a Mauritius company, was also in a dispute against Mozambique. And they ended up being able to send that matter to ADR. And I think this case is still being considered, and we will see what the outcome will be. But then you can see that it creates efficacy. It creates opportunities also for legal counsel and legal representatives like ourselves. And we can see that even as we move along on we have those cases that are pending. Mostly you find these cases listed in ICSID. The ITA law report will also have the pending cases and how far they have gone. There's been some cases, is it in DRC and against Rwanda? The EACJ, I think it's pending. I don't know whether our colleagues from Rwanda will be able to tell us a little bit more on how far this has gone. I think it was filed in September of this year, if I'm not mistaken. And you know, this is a good example of how we are now seeking to leverage the infrastructure that we currently have. And then we have companies, I may not be able to say their full names, but I can say, I call it a food processing company here in Uganda. I think maybe my colleagues from Uganda will also
who is also the co-organizing chair of the conference, Abu Bakari.
The opening of these strategic
like none.
And of course the older one, the World Duty Free. So we do see that these cases reflect that there is still a need for using, particularly arbitration, and there is a need, a growing need for a little bit more transparency. I guess it's useful. I may not be able to, it would not be right for me to also speak about cases without mentioning the Nigeria versus PNID case. We are still dissecting that and asking ourselves where, I can see Dr. Babatunde is laughing here because that one touches home. But it has really helped define the parameters within which we can expect arbitration to be carried out. What are the expectations on arbitrators? What are the expectations also on lawyers? There's the question, of course, the big one was the question of, they call it dishonesty. That's what Judge Knowles referred to it as. But there were other questions. How about evidence? How is it being produced? How are we countering arguments about the quantum? And you know, the fact that Nigeria was able to avoid having to pay the 11 billion, which is a good portion of its GDP, was a really good development if you look at it from the development of jurisprudence. Of course, still, the fact that it was in Africa still gives the capital exporters an opportunity to say, hey, there's this perception of bias or corruption, and that is a conversation that we must be brutally honest with ourselves to see how we can combat that. So there are very many examples. Those are the ones that are within the public space and the public realm. On my part, as the chair of CIAB, I can tell you that in this year alone, because we have statistics up to September 30th, I had done 293 appointments. So there is arbitration going on, there is mediation going on. We have appointed members to the dispute review boards or the dispute boards, and I can guarantee you that in very many ways, we are we are resolving disputes fast. I don't want to say cheaply because that is the wrong word, but cost efficiently. There's confidentiality and capital is moving around, it is circulating, and we are able to get the business community moving forward. So if we are able to replicate what we have in Kenya, using our Arbitration Act, and we are still thinking we want to amend it, I know we can be able to be of great value to each other. Nigeria did the Arbitration and Mediation Act in 2023. Very many new developments have happened with Ethiopia also joining, Malawi also joining the New York Convention. So we can expect this space to be exciting and interesting, and it is an area for us to be interested in continuing to develop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Yeah, and clap for that. Just before, because you've highlighted how ADR can reduce business risk, so I'm not going to go into that. So just before I come to Dr. Nguluma, Mr. Mugabe, I would like you to tell us the role of government and regional organization in promoting ADR to enhance business environment in the East African community.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, you've asked a very critical questions because normally we talk about ADR, promoting ADR in our respective jurisdictions, in our region, on our continent. But simply responding to your questions is that we cannot have an effective and well-functioning ADR without the support of government and judiciary. So the reason why I'm saying that the government support is very critical in that is the government that enacts laws that promote ADR, but also make sure that ADR is exercised in fully independence as it is. We need that support of the government that allows the ADR really operate freely. Let me give you a concrete example. The ADR landscape in our country, I can say that it's relatively new, but it has really grown very fast because of, first, the support of the government, because the government saw it as a tool to attract investment in the country and promote business in the country. So, the program started sometimes in 2008 because the country wanted to develop itself, yet the country did not have really internal resources to develop itself. So one of the factors to promote business and investment in the country was to give liberty to the a friendly ADR environment in the country. So I think colleagues here, especially my sister from Kenya, they know, Rwanda emerged as one of the fast growing economy in the region in Africa because not from its internal resources, but because the international business community came to invest in the country because the government had put in place a foundation that enables business to operate by considering ADR system that is very strong, but also supported by the judiciary definitely. So I can say that when a country adopts like conducive ADR policies and laws, but also support its operation, because we may have like good laws. I know that most countries are signatory to the New York Convention on the recognition and enforcement of foreign arbitral awards, but how many countries on our continent really that allow the effective implementation or effective use of arbitration and other ADRs? I think there are not really many. I'm not going to mention them, but at least those who have tried to effectively utilize and enforce those international legal instruments by allowing the exercise of ADR landscape, they can see
after
at a higher level
different
rule of law and recently for maybe the studies that are being conducted on our African continent by even non-African research is really going well in Africa, is where you find an effective ADR
let me
system.
start.
African community.
Let's try to mention
What is important is that
South Africa, for example, it's one of the top 3 economies in Africa. It's said to be one of the most advanced ADR jurisdiction on our continent. Let's go to Egypt. I think it's ranked 2nd. Let's go to Nigeria. They have the most recent ADR legal instruments on mediation and arbitration.
From the short break, Chairman Mao, I know you.
We are really leading the region. We can't hide it. So you can see how really the economy is advancing. Now, a small country like Rwanda, a very small country without resources, it's advancing very well by attracting foreign investment because people think the country has enabled legal environment that
Sing what a fellowship, what a joy.
December.
Kindly congratulate. Support the ADR. So government play a very, very determinant role in advancing ADR and definitely attract investment in that jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mugabe. Since we are still on the issue of legal environment, Dr. Nguluma, I'm asking 2 questions in one. So just highlight for us the key differences between national ADR laws in the East African member states and international standards, but also how can we align our national laws with the international standards to ensure consistency and effectiveness?
Thank you, distinguished regulator.
Let me start by apologizing Rebecca Miano,
because talk about international standards, we really mean standards adopted by a number of countries and which are inbuilt in either a convention or a body of laws, rules, or regulations which would govern a certain legal mechanism or structure. This is what we can call international. Now, international, the difference between national ADRs within East African member countries and international standards, I will start by saying there are no set international standards on mediation and expert-driven dispute resolution, otherwise referred to as adjudication and reconciliation, save for arbitration, which has a number of international standards. In the East African jurisdictions, mediation and adjudication are based on practices adopted in advanced economies. So much as we do not have international set standards, but our practices are actually aligned to international practices. Mediation, as the first speaker pointed out, may be court-managed, and positive outcomes enforced as decree of the court, and it may also be employed during arbitration. Now, when we talk about key differences between national ADR laws in our region and international standards, I would mention few, very few. International arbitration laws applies mostly to arbitration agreements which an international element is involved. For instance, where in an agreement where more than one, the signatories involve more than one nationality. This is why in most cases we'll have international arbitration laws or conventions applied, which is not necessarily the case with the national arbitration laws in the East African region, which are normally enforced within the country where these arbitration awards are made. International arbitration law models apply to matters in which the states to which the parties to the dispute belong have acceded to or are signatories. They may not be applied to parties whose states have not acceded or become signatories to the international arbitration. Now this is a difference because most of our national laws apply to only one nation. If it is Kenya, Uganda, it is Uganda, Tanzania, etc. International arbitral awards are enforced across borders throughout the member countries in East Africa, but awards emanating from national laws are enforceable only within East African member countries and any other nation in which an East African member state maintains a reciprocal enforcement agreement of such awards. I would say those are the key differences between our national laws and the international arbitration or ADR laws. Now, how can East African member states align their national ADR with international standards to ensure consistency and effectiveness? I would say, to my knowledge, the national ADR laws, particularly arbitration of the individual East African member countries, have provisions that recognize arbitration as a dispute resolution mechanism with detailed procedure to enforce both local and foreign awards. Arbitral awards emanating from arbitration centers of the East African community countries are also enforceable within the East African region under the UN Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards. To this extent, I can vouch that our laws are aligned to international standards of recognition of arbitration awards. A major weakness, though, is that domestic awards are often challenged in courts of law, contrary to the norm. Usually, arbitral awards are inherently intended to be final, but we do not have mechanisms to enforce that norm. In fact, we have in our national laws, there are procedures to challenge awards, which I think I would say they're contradictory in nature, because the reason that we adopt arbitration is we trust in persons we appoint as arbitrators. And we believe in most cases such arbitral tribunals are conformed of persons who have expertise in the area of dispute between the parties, in which case those decision of those parties, of the arbitral body should normally be taken as final, but we have weaknesses still in this area, which makes our laws perhaps allow to challenging of arbitral awards. But in due time, perhaps we'll reach a point whereby our laws perhaps will be aligned to international standards, where there's no room to challenge arbitral awards. Similarly, I would say low capacity to handle arbitral matters, both in terms of counsels and arbitrators, is still significantly insufficient within the East African community. Madam, I think I should pause there.
Yeah, you've truly exhausted the questions. Thank you so much for that. Just moving on to Mr. Kagwa. Maybe you can as well highlight how we can leverage technology to enhance the efficiency and accessibility of ADR processes in the East African region.
Oh, thank you. With the coming into force of virtual hearings, you realize that arbitral centers have adopted systems where hearings can be conducted virtually. What we need to do is having uniformity across the East African region in order to do that. There is also a website called Jusmundi. It has enhanced access to justice through delivery of AI technologies, most especially in arbitration. What maybe we have to do is to collaborate so that we all share in this information, so that all the arbitrators in the region are aware of this information. There is also a technology that has been developed called BIMS, Building Information Models. It's used widely in construction, where 3D models are created on real-life experience of projects. That way, all parties involved in a construction project forever are aware of the stages of construction. They're in position to avoid disputes. They're in position to avoid disputes. But these are very expensive technologies. So if there is collaboration, one of the collaboration that I would think about is we've had a very cordial and useful collaboration with our mother branch, the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in Kenya. They've been around for 40 years. We've been around for just 2 years. So by having the collaboration that we've had with them in these 2 years, if we had it East Africa-wide, and we share knowledge and information of these technologies with people who are advanced from us, we'll be able to leverage on technology in the arbitration sphere. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our time is truly fast spent. Before we get to the Q&A, quickly I'll run through the panelists. I'll start with Mr. Mugabe. The future trends do you foresee in, what future trends do you foresee in ADR in the East African community that will improve the business climate and attract investment? Quickly after Mr. Mugabe, Mr. Wanyala, just in that order, and then we can take on the questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, really briefly, I can say that really I'm very optimistic with regard to the advancement of the EAC objective through a ADR promotion, because now, as we know initially, this ADR concept in Africa, it's quite new. And today, we can see a very young generation that is really being actively involved in willing to learn, practicing, getting knowledge, getting engaged. And I think that those future ADR practitioners are really the elements that are going to, to drive the whole process. So because in the region, most practitioners, especially the lawyer or the legal counsel, we are trained mainly in litigation. But recently, there is a trend that is really emerging in most African jurisdictions where young people, the students, are now going into the area. So I think really they will lead that, and I can see that in the next 10, 15 years with the adoption of the ACFTA, ESC, and the global economy, I think that ESC, our region, and even our continent in the near future, we have what it takes to have ADR really play its role and having a wealthy continent as we intend to do. Thank you.
Sorry.
What do I see? Thank you. What do I see? Maybe just to add on from what Victor has said, I'm optimistic, and not recklessly so. This is because the more we have people getting interested in ADR, I mean, the market is demanding that we steer our disputes more towards ADR, the more we shall see, and I don't mean to sound very macabre, but I think litigation is on the wane. In Uganda, for example, very recently, our Attorney General talked about or encouraged practitioners to localize their arbitration clauses and encourage more African seats in our dispute resolution disputes. What does this mean? The more we shall see more disputes, or more arbitrations, more mediations, and what have you, coming into the region. I know that some of the agreements that are being drafted now are referring disputes to arbitration in the ESCJ. So the more this kicks on with the inflow or the increase in trade, we will inevitably see a lot more people embracing arbitration, and consequentially the downturn in traditional litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Mr. Kagwe?
What I see is it has happened in Nigeria when they amended the arbitration law to the Arbitration and Mediation Act of 2023, which introduced third-party funding in their jurisdiction. I see that a lot of capital is flying to Nigeria in third-party funding because they have a conducive law, so we have to do it ourselves. So I see it happening. We may have to lobby our respective governments to amend our laws and do away with those common law offenses of maintenance and champati, because they're keeping us behind. So I see that happening, and as you may know, the entire third-party funding value, the global value, is in excess of almost $50 billion, which is Uganda's GDP. So for as long as we have old laws that criminalize business solutions, it's going to be a challenge for us to practice. But if we amend our laws, just like the Nigerians did, allow third-party funding to come in, we shall all thrive. One other thing I'm also seeing, lawyers are now entering into the business of adjudication. For a long time, it was an engineer's business, but now there is statistics to show that 80% of all construction disputes are resolved at adjudication. So lawyers are now raiding that space. So there's going to be more learning and education in the field of adjudication, such that lawyers also participate in adjudication, just as they should in arbitration. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll quickly move on to Ms. Waihenya.
Okay, I think from my vantage point, when I look into the future and I want to look at it from an African perspective, I think the first thing we need to appreciate is that regional integration is just going to increase. It's not going to decrease, it's not going to slow down. In fact, we can expect it to probably gallop very quickly in the immediate future. First, because of, I think we've mentioned technology, but artificial intelligence. I'm a student of artificial intelligence. And the way it's going to be very, very global with the developments that are happening in that particular space. And it's going to underlie, or it will be a foundation for business throughout. And when business becomes global, then the go-to dispute resolution mechanism ceases to be litigation and becomes ADR. So it is important for us as, I'll speak to us as lawyers, for us to equip ourselves, because legal knowledge is one of the things that we are not going to be able to replace with AI, but the lawyers who do not get on board with AI are going to be replaced. So it's important, first of all, for us to think about developing ourselves in that particular space. I'm also a student of sustainability, but I listened to the president's speech with a lot of humor when he said that we need to change the name sustainable. What that tells us is that there are going to be diverse views about what sustainability or sustainable is going to mean. And ultimately, because it is part of the developing or where the world is heading, and I say so on the authority of the COP29 that just concluded, I think last week, they've already approved at least $300 billion in assistance or support to the developing world. That means it will be translated into infrastructure development. So we need to have lawyers who are also competent in the construction adjudication. When you look at the FIDIC contracts, what it does is that it creates a graduated approach to dispute resolution. There's negotiation, there's mediation, and then construction adjudication, and ultimately arbitration. The mediation part is usually written in by the practitioners. So we do need to upscale our negotiation advocacy skills. We need to upscale our mediation advocacy skills, our construction adjudication skills, our arbitration skills. If we look at what the need looks like it is going to be in the next 5 to 10 years, we do not have sufficient capacity. It is up to us to involve ourselves in training, and I say that as CIR because we do a lot of training, so that you can be able to meet that demand. I like to say this: luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. If we are not prepared, I can assure you, when it comes to business, when it comes to legal services, nobody is going to wait for you to get yourself there. Somebody is going to be ready to provide that particular skill, particularly if they're going to be paid for it. So what I'd want to do is to challenge each and every one of us to ask ourselves, which space am I in? Is arbitration and ADR applicable? If so, how? Myself, do an audit, be brutally honest. Let's not be emotional about this, and ask yourself, do I have the skills with which to meet the future as it comes? Because the future is not coming, the future is already there. The frameworks are coming together, the discussions continue to be made. If we are not at the table discussing, I can assure you we are going to be on the menu. So I want to say that I can see a future where if we are prepared to put in the time, the effort to prepare ourselves for an ADR compliant future, and it is what is required right now, then we do need to be dispassionate about the challenges. The challenges are there, but the people with the solutions are us. So in construction or infrastructure development, it's important to think through multi-party contracts. We are going to require to have skills in that. It's important to understand technology. There's a lot of technology that is being applied within that space, and also then with the skills for resolving disputes and negotiating, because we will need to continue to negotiate our bilateral instruments, the multilateral instruments, including the African Protocol, and be able to advise so that we can have something that is responsive to the African situation, and not only to the continent as a piece of earth, but also to the Africa, because we are the ones who know where it pinches. We are the ones who know that only 15% of our trade is with each other, only 15% of Africa is where it ought to be. That means that there is a lot of potential for capital inflows, and for us to be able to step into that particular space and provide the legal services that are required, and to provide them from, we call it being a conflict competent foundation. So allow me to say that in the future, I see many opportunities for lawyers. I just want to throw the challenge out there that let us upskill and also participate in the discussions as they move along. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Just before I get the parting shots from Dr. Nguluma, in case there are any questions, I request that, okay. So, Dr. Nguluma, over to you for your parting shots on the future trends.
There's a question there?
Before we get to the question. Yeah. Yes. Okay, there's a question here. Kindly assist with the microphone. Name, country, and then question.
Yeah, so again, my name is Lois Rugazia from the United Republic of Tanzania. I have two questions. One is will go to everyone, and the other one will go specifically to Dr. Alex Ngurumo. So the general one is about the ICJ. I think someone mentioned about the ICJ, is it EACJ, right? The East African Court of Justice. I wanted to inquire about your thoughts on the enforceability of those decisions. How is the environment friendly in our respective countries in enforcing decisions from the East African Court of Justice? And the one that goes to Ngurumo is that there is a statement that was recently given by, it's a press release, it was given by Oryx. And I think it can't escape our attention as people who are interested and shareholders in the arbitration circle. Because I must declare that I recently became an arbitrator. There's a press release that was made by Oryx attacking on the legitimacy of the arbitration structures. I don't know whether it was directed to the Tanzania arbitration regime, or it was directed against the entire regional arbitration regime. And they said they casted a lot of doubts on the potency as well as reliability of our arbitration regime. I wanted to know your view as someone who's coming from TIAB. I really wanted to get a gist of what is your response on those kind of serious attacks. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanjiru Rubi. I'm actually from the East African Court of Justice. And allow me just to make an additional comment, some supplementary comment to what has been presented. Engineer Bahanda versus Lake Victoria Basin Commission, Great Lake Services versus Foremost Limited were decided, that case was decided just this Monday by a rich panelist, a rich panel from Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. That is the richness of what you will get if you come to the East African Court of Justice, a truly East African award. And when it comes to enforcing the award, you will take it back to your national jurisdictions using your national laws, and you will actually implement it there. And just to say, within the last 25 years of the East African community, there hasn't been that much. I think there's been a lack of an awareness that there can be arbitration before the court. And as long as you put it in your commercial contracts and you give jurisdiction to the court, you will be able to get a panel of 3 or sole arbitrators. The choice is yours. So there is that mechanism, and the court is happy to even collaborate, even in awareness creation in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Charimpa Matov is my name. I'm from Uganda. Mine is a comment and a call for action. Thank you, the panel, for the excellent insights you've shared with us. There are 2 things I would like us to go with as we leave this discussion. One, equal representation in arbitration. I'm looking at the panel. We have 4 men against 2 women. I call upon the East Africa Law Society and our bar associations. Let's embrace equal representation. Number 2, mentorship for the young arbitrators and young ADR practitioners. Diversity. I think it would be good also to have had a young arbitrator on the panel to just share their insights. Where do they see the future going? Thank you.
King George, you can advise on how much time we have. I see the questions are many. Okay, so the first 2, I don't know if you noted them down, about the TIAB. You wanted it someone coming from TIAB. There have been doubts cast on the Tanzanian arbitration regime. I don't know if you caught that. And then his first question as well. First question, Ms. Waihenya, did you get it? You can help us with that.
The question, I think, related to the East African Court of Justice, and I believe Honorable Njiru has really done a lot of justice to that particular question on enforceability. And all I really want to say is that it is important for us to take the call for advocacy very, very seriously. The issue of enforceability may rest on so many other questions as opposed to the forum, because when we do our notices of notice of arbitration, you need to select the seat, you need to select the substantive law. So you as the advocates are the ones who guide the arbitrators who are appointed, which law or which framework you want to be adopted. But when you're able to get, she talked about a panel with Kenyan, Ugandan, I didn't get the 3rd nationality, but then when you have all those different, Rwanda. So when you have people from all those jurisdictions, you're able to get expertise, legal expertise from the 3 different jurisdictions, and they will be able to apply themselves and see which is the most expedient commercial solution for you. If you choose the right seat, if you choose the right substantive law, when it comes to enforceability, the only question you'll be asking yourself, am I going to enforce in an NYC country, the New York Convention? Have they acceded? And then now you proceed to enforce in the usual way as you would enforce any other judgment. So there is a role for every party who is involved to participate and make the correct decisions. But when you get expertise, commercial, legal, and knowledge of the actual day-to-day environment, then you're getting a superior decision as opposed to if you say, because the default has always been, let's go to London. So for me, I want to just lend my voice to support. Let us work with the institutions that are within us and the ones that we can be able to leverage. Can I say something about equal representation? Ladies, I think I'm the only lady, so you'll allow me to say this. I sit in a space where I also get an opportunity to nominate or to see which lady can I put on which panel. You would be surprised, while they are there, and it takes some effort to do so, usually the approach is, can you please come and join our panel? I think it is important, and I'm speaking to the ladies in this room, when the opportunity arises, step up and step up quickly. That is what we require from you. That is not to say that we are going to do away with value. We have so many valuable things that we need to say, and to say it from our perspective, we need to be a little less shy. So we can be excellent, we can transform this space by being ready and visible. All these gentlemen you see here are very, very visible. And I'm saying that I'm not saying that you're not also as visible as they are, but what I'm saying is they are usually more ready to be available and to do what it takes. So my challenge is also to you, there's a lot of space for the ladies, and if you need mentorship, we are here and we will support. She's Women in Arbitration, so that is the champion. She should be the champion for that particular cause. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My reaction to the complaint made by the company mentioned from the floor by my Tanzanian colleague, I would answer it in two folds. One, it is common ground for parties to complain when they take the hit, and often blaming judges, arbitrators, etc. That's the first term. But on the other hand, I would say, not to belittle the complaint, it is true in practice in Tanzania and perhaps in the region, the East African region, is still fragile. We still have a long way to go to ensure consistency, neutrality, efficiency, and even predictability. So it's not, I think, out of, I would say, reason for the company perhaps to have seen that kind of weakness. And my simple response or take is, let us take it as a challenge, as this is the theme that we're discussing here today, how to improve the ADR practice in the region. Otherwise, I don't think I have a better answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A hand clap for our esteemed panelists. Thank you all for joining us today and taking part in this insightful discussion. It will always be a continuous engagement with arbitrators. The good thing, we have all these people in the same place, so let's take advantage and ask any questions during breaks on various topics concerning ADR. We've explored a wide range of topics today, from introduction to ADR to advantages, aligning national laws with international standards, how to leverage technology, and how to enhance the business climate for investors. So thank you to our speakers and also for the engaging audience. So as we conclude, we've had a number of calls to action. Among the common one was, let's get more skills in this area of ADR because of the future trends that were discussed here, construction, adjudication. We have top presidents here from the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and we all know CIAB does trainings every now and then, so let's look out for those. Until next time, let's all keep being positive about ADR and how we can foster it for the business community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the panel and the moderator. Thank you so much. I think we'll proceed for lunch, but there's a breakout session for the afternoon. Stream number 1, they'll be discussing the technology's role in shaping the future of legal practice. They'll be in Acacia, room Acacia. Stream number 2, I think they'll be discussing the sovereign debt. They will remain here. So after lunch, you can join that stream. Stream number 3, sustainable growth, a review of ESC Rule of Law Index. They'll be launching a Rule of Law Index, stream number 3 in Royal Palm. And I think stream number 4 will be hosted at Speak Ballroom. They'll be discussing green financing in the era of sovereign debt. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We can enjoy your lunch, and I hope to see you in the afternoon.